Okay, welcome everyone to our June meeting in Toronto. And in going into the meeting, we suddenly clocked the fact that as this building has to be vacated within the next year, that actually and because of the locations for our next meetings, this would actually be IPSASB's final meeting here at 277 Wellington Street West. So we felt that we should actually just mark the occasion, and so just wanted to sort of say a few words before we get into the agenda proper. And also, in connection with that, I want to welcome back to the board table Stephanie Fox. And Stephanie is Senior VP Standards at Financial Reporting and Assurance Standards Canada. I think I've got that right. Um, so obviously, it's very much part of our relationship with CPA Canada. But also, Stephanie was previously technical director for IPSASB, and so it's great to welcome you back. So I'll say a few words, and I think hopefully we've got Lee White online, and Ross will say a few words, and then we'll hand over to you. But it's sort of one of those occasions where um, there's a lot of history, not only in terms of the location, but in terms of the um, organization as well. And I sort of found this slide, and I thought it actually sort of brought it together quite well, because it's not just about the location, but it is about the relationship originally with the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, one of the predecessor bodies to CPA Canada. And this is a relationship that has actually been there since 2006. Um, and it has been incredibly important, that relationship. Certainly, the financial support that we've received from the profession in Canada and the government in Canada as well. That relationship really started from that point in time. Um, but as ever, it's not just about money. It is very much about people as well. And there's a huge cast of people who've been involved in our work. Incredibly strong list of board members, technical advisors, CAG members, also former staff members. And if you spot any omissions from that list, I do apologise. Um, I think there's a roll call of incredible experience, but also incredible support, promotion, dedication through that time. And it's the individuals, but it's also, I think, about the support that we've had. Let me go back from the senior management at CPA, and obviously previously with CICA, but certainly in my time, had good personal input from all of the CEOs, starting with Kevin Dancy, who of course went on to be IFAC CEO, but Joy Thomas, Charles-Antoine Saint-Jean, one of his many incarnations, and also currently from Pamela Steer. So we really do thank both the individuals and the organisation for that support over the years. And I just thought it's worthwhile reminding people about, if you like, when IPSASB first arrived here in Canada. Actually, it was not that long after we first got moving in terms of the creation of the IPSAS suite. Originally, started life based in Wellington. It's one of those sort of, given there's quite a lot of changes going on at the moment, interesting that Simon Bradbury, who was the original member of staff, only in the last month or two has retired as the chief accountant at the IMF. So Simon was there in those early days in Wellington. Then the board really got established in Melbourne, and was there until 2006. And during that time, actually, we became a board. Originally, this was the Public Sector Committee that was setting IPSAS. IPSASB itself came into being at the start of 2004. And then 2006, we arrived in Canada, and that's where Stephanie actually arrived. And personally, I think we both, our first meetings were the same meeting, November 2006, which was the final meeting that Philippe Adamar was chair for. And there are quite a few stories about what was quite an important meeting, shall we say, in addition to the three IPSAS that were approved there: IPSAS 22, IPSAS 23, and the budget standard IPSAS 24. And that's very much for over a beer in the bar, I think. Just reflecting then on time here. The board then first met here after staff had arrived in 2006, in early 2008, and you can see the evolution of the meeting space here during that time. And in terms of stats, we worked out that there have been 23 of the board's 64 meetings since 2008 have actually been here in this building. But I think in terms of as we as a board have gained traction, really the support we've had here, has been great. And the statistic in terms of 1,300 international attendees, I think that really speaks volumes. And of course, then it was great working together on the third Public Sector Standards Setters Forum at Niagara-on-the-Lake. So it just shows you this relationship has been going and maturing all the way through that time. And you can see the picture here is Mike Hawthorne, who was chair 2007 through 2009. That's Mike's final meeting. One or two people feature in that photo that are in the room at the moment, in addition to Stephanie. Obviously, Andreas Bergman as Mike's successor as chair, and then obviously fast forward a bit, at the end of Andreas's 6-year term as chair, handing over to me here at the end of 2015, beginning of 2016. So, I mean, I think it's been an incredible ride, and we very much hope that journey continues as we move into the next phase, with new accommodation. But I think just to say a huge thank you, both to the individuals, but to the organisations. So if you don't mind joining me in a round of applause, just to say thank you very much. Now, before allowing you the right of reply, I don't know if we've got Lee online at the moment. We don't. Okay, Ross, to you.
So the IFAC CEO Lee White's on the road this week. He's at a PAFA event in Africa. So he did intend to join online today, but I'm assuming he's got caught up in a local engagement and hasn't been able to make it. But I know he was quite happy when he heard we were going to recognize CPA Canada, and he wanted to share his recognition from IFAC for all of the excellent support for the IPSASB over the years, including being our home base. So I know genuinely Lee feels very strongly about this. And as soon as I mentioned in one of our internal meetings that we were going to thank CPA Canada, he said, I'll do my best to be there. So I'm sorry he couldn't join today, but we will be recording his thanks in the minutes, along with a few nice notes to CPA Canada. I did want to say a few things from the staff. We haven't talked specifically about it. We kind of talked around it, but Stephanie used to do my job, and she did a lot of great things when she established the staff here in Toronto. And I think some of the things are hiring some of us that are still on the staff team today, and showing us how to manage an international board, and how to work with other standard setters. And that's an important part of the role of the staff here, managing our international board and managing our outreach, is working with other international standard setters, as well as national standard setters around the world. But we've always had a special relationship with the standard setting bodies here in Canada. We work very closely with them, given our proximity. We follow their work, they follow our work. We socialize with them, and I'm very happy that that's continued for many years under Stephanie's leadership. And personally, have thanks to Stephanie because she got me into standard setting. She gave me opportunities, as she did many on the staff team here today, and many before me. And really grateful for the support from CPA Canada and Stephanie in particular. So it's very fitting you're here representing CPA Canada today. So from the staff team to the CPA Canada staff, specifically the standard setting staff, thank you for all the support. We really appreciate it. We're going to miss 277 Wellington Street West, but we'll continue to collaborate in the new space in the future.
Thanks, Ross. So, Stephanie, over to you. Welcome back to the table, by the way.
It's been a while. 215 March 215 was my last IPSASB meeting in Santiago. So it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of CPA Canada. Pamela Steer, who's the CEO, sends her regrets. She's in a CPA Canada board meeting, relegated to the second floor today because this group is meeting here on the ninth floor. It does seem kind of fitting that I get to be the person to represent CPA Canada here, since I spent so much of my career with the IPSASB. Some of you wouldn't know, I actually started my standard setting career in 1993 in this building, working for the Public Sector Accounting Board. So it's a long time in standard setting. So I've been working in this building since 1993. So it's going to be a pretty big adjustment to me, other than 1 year when I was closer to where we will be. So I have to say that whenever I come to one of these meetings, I feel like I'm coming home a little bit. When we first started here, Ian talked about, we moved to Toronto 2006. There were two of us, myself and Barry Knight in Toronto. It was a bigger team than that, not that much bigger. Two of us in Toronto, myself and Barry Knight, and not long after we were joined by Juan, who was on secondment from China. We were on the fourth floor with the standard staff, which is the team I lead now, ironically. But the team grew, and eventually we needed the space on the eighth floor, and that's the space that the team is still on today. As Ian said, our first meeting together was, my first meeting was his first meeting. Lots of stories, I'm not going to get into them. So I served 3 chairs, Philippe, Adamar, Mike Hawthorne, Andreas, who I'm thrilled to see here today. Lots of changes over the last 20 years in this building. And we're facing some pretty big changes in standard setting in Canada right now, but we're always pleased to have the support of international partners, and we work very closely with all of our international partners. I saw that list of CEOs, Kevin Dancy, Joey, Charles-Antoine. I have to say, standard setting is Hotel California. If you know the reference, you never get out of it, okay? So all of those names keep coming around. Lee White, who was at the foundation and now he's at IFAC, you never actually get out. We continue to have a close relationship with the IPSASB, which I'm very, very pleased about. And so, while it may be the end of an era in terms of meetings in this location, when we move offices in a year, I understand that the IPSASB staff team will be right upstairs once again. And I'm thrilled to hear that. So on behalf of CPA Canada, I want to wish you well for your last meeting at our offices, but I'm sure we'll continue to have a close relationship for many, many years. And I appreciate that. And thanks for everything. And thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
So thank you very much, Stephanie. And as you say, it's very appropriate that you're here representing CPA Canada. And I think you trumped me. Actually, my first meeting as an international standard setter was actually on the what was then the steering committee, or now in current parlance, task force on exchange revenue. That first meeting, my first international standards meeting, was here on the second floor in 2002. So you you beat me on that, but no, thank you very much. And as you said, yeah, this is the end of an era in terms of 277 Wellington Street West, but we move forward together, and I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities to collaborate going forwards. So we really look forward to that. And thank you. And it was great to see you. Really nice to see you last night. And please do pass on our best wishes to Pamela. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, all the best. So with that, we move into the agenda and we note the attendance list for the meeting. We have 2 members with us virtually, 16 present in person. I think then we move through to the minutes from the March 2024 meeting, just to check whether there are any final comments on those. Seeing no flags raised, I think we take those as approved. And then next, the minutes from the May virtual check-in meeting. Again, seeing no flags raised, either in the room or virtually, we take those as approved. So that moves us then to item 1.5. We had a very good CAG meeting yesterday. Fabienne, perhaps you'd like to give us a few highlights from yesterday.
Thank you, Ian. Just a quick update on the CAG's meeting yesterday. That went very well, and with a wealth of comments from CAG members that should usefully fuel the IPSASB's discussions. Firstly, I wanted to thank you and as well as technical advisors for your time attending the meeting yesterday. I know this is an extra day to the IPSASB meeting, and you have a lot of good material to read. And CAG members, and I can see some at the back of the room, are grateful for your interest in their comments and advice, and appreciate the opportunity to chat with you over the lunch and the breaks. So, as part of our agenda yesterday, the CAG commented on the sustainability reporting project, the presentation of financial statements project, and the natural resources projects. With respect to sustainability reporting, our implementation issues session, focused on 2 different perspectives. First, Werner Schatz's shared experience and challenges in implementing sustainability reporting in the private sector, and what lessons could be learned for the benefit of the public sector. Then Alex Teixeira presented the challenges of sustainability reporting in Brazil, and those presentations triggered a rich discussion. Afterwards, CAG members commented on the climate-related disclosures project in general, and also on transition and implementation, and there again, a passionate discussion ensued. On the presentation of financial statements project, the CAG commented on the classification approaches for assets and liabilities and whether flexibility should be allowed in the future standard. And on the natural resources project, the discussion revolved around implementation, guidance, and examples in the future standard. I provide further detailed comments as the board agenda progresses on the topics we discussed yesterday. And lastly, I wanted to express heartfelt thanks from CAG members to staff for the efforts put in providing clear and concise agenda papers, in putting together lively presentations, as well as in striking the relevant questions to spark discussions. So that's it from me now.
Thanks, Fabienne. And as Fabienne has said, we'll play the more detailed comments in from the CAG as we reach the appropriate agenda items. But I think just again to say on behalf of the board, thank you very much to the CAG members for some really great input. Yesterday, I thought, a number of the discussions, really, we got some very good insights, very powerful insights that we will bring into our discussions during this week. So thank you very much for the time taken to input, and for those who are in person to travel here. We really do appreciate it, and it was great to be able to just chat informally with some of you yesterday evening. With that, then moving on to item 1.8, couple of important changes in terms of the dashboard since March, related to the issue of two new IFRSs from the ISB. IFRS 18, obviously, we'll cover that in terms of primary financial statements relevant to our presentation of financial statements project, and also IFRS 19. So some changes there as a result of the issue of those standards, and we will sort of have a further look at where we are in relation to our standard suite and the dashboard when we start to think about, if you like, what comes next, September through December. Also to highlight to you the IPSAS ISS alignment dashboard. That's something that we will be, obviously João keeps both of these dashboards up to date, and thank you, João, for the hard work that goes into those. Just to note that recently the update process for the IMF Government Finance Statistics Manual has just kicked off, and João is representing IPSASB on that, the advisory committee for that. I had the opportunity to present to the group when they first met in April, and we've now had some proposals through in terms of what will be included in that update program. So we will be giving you a briefing on those when we've had a chance to digest those. That'll come up in the September meeting, and how we're planning to respond to that. But I think that's a very important development, and certainly, it was very welcome having Steffi Schuster and colleagues here from IMF at our March meeting, and that looks set to be a very promising collaboration as we go into that next stage. So final item then in terms of the introductory items is the report on activities and communication. And I think, again, it's been a very busy quarter. I think that is an incredibly important part of our work collectively, board members, technical advisors, and very much staff. It's been a very active period, and I think certainly we look forward to a lot of activity going forwards later in the year, as we start to put out some, the significant exposure drafts on climate-related disclosures, natural resources, and so on. So thank you very much, everyone, for the time that you take with that. And certainly that's one of the things that we highlight in reports back to IFAC, and I think it always shows this board up very well, the amount of effort that goes into that. So thank you, everyone, for that. With that, conclude item 1 and move into the Programme and Technical Director's report. Ross, to you.
Thanks, Ian. Just move us along. So I've just got one quick slide to summarize a couple items today. The main point of recommendation is that we'll revisit the work program on Friday based on progress at the meeting. So I'm intending that we'll bring back an updated work program with any changes and for discussion with the board and agreement on Friday. But a couple items I wanted to highlight from the report in agenda item 2 is the June 7 World Bank agreement and the $450,000 US that they're contributing to support our climate-related disclosure standard. I'm very happy to have concluded that arrangement with the World Bank, and thankful for their support of our climate work. It speaks to the importance they place behind the issue and the need for a global standard, and their support for that. So very grateful to World Bank for that. Staff will be working hard to implement that arrangement immediately to deploy that money and bring in more resources to support our developing standard. Other information I want to highlight is kind of a follow-on from the thanks to CPA Canada, because this space won't be available in 2025, and we don't have the new space up and running, at least confirmed in early 2025. We had to kind of be a little more flexible on where our meetings are in 2025, which meant working with hosts in Washington for our first meeting. So we're going back to the World Bank headquarters for our March 2025 meeting. June, we are going to do here in Toronto, but we've rented a private space from the Ontario Bar Association, which is fairly close to where we were at the social event last night. It's a very good location, good space. It should be a good meeting, but we've had to pay for that corporately instead of the nice arrangement we have here. September 2025, we're still working to finalize that location. We're still looking for different options. So if there is any interest and anyone has any space kicking around and they've ever thought of having a IPSASB meeting, grab me on one of the side chats. I'm happy to tell you more about it. And we've got a couple of ideas and a couple of potential leads, but nothing certain yet. So just highlighting that so members are aware. As soon as we have that finalized, we will communicate it so people can put it in their budgets and planning and make sure they can plan as best as possible. December 2025, we're going back to IFAC New York. And going forward, as we don't know what the future space is going to be like at CPA Canada in 2026 and beyond, we're considering how we're going to make sure we've got stability in where we meet on an ongoing basis. So hopefully there will be space at the new CPA Canada site that will be big enough for this group. It is a large group, but we don't know exactly what the future space will be like yet. They're just working on that now, and our new space as well that we'll be in. So I just wanted to highlight those points and make everyone aware that it's not from lack of preparation that we don't have dates yet. It's just a pretty uncertain time on where we'll be available to meet. So I just wanted to share that with everybody and let everybody know. With that, that's it for my update. Happy to take any comments or questions.
Thanks, Ross. And just to note that the intention is that on the Monday of the meeting week in Washington, that there will be an outreach event with World Bank and IMF and other Washington-based organisations, as we've done in the past. Yep, Scott.
Hate to be the accountant in the room. You don't have dates for September and December up here, but you do in your report. So planning purposes, do you think these dates will move? Or you don't know until you know?
We do have dates for December. We'll put those up. I think they're on the website. I think I've just missed them on my report. So
but my question is, they're not going to move because you don't know where it's going to be.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But that's one thing we'd have to be a little flexible on. If someone came to us with a location and wanted to move that, we would come back to members to confirm that, but we're hoping we don't have to move any dates. We try and space each meeting so we have sufficient time in between meetings to do the work. So the ones we've got there are the optimal spread between each meeting. So we generally don't like to move them if we can't. But as we're in a negotiation position for 2025, we may have to be flexible.
I mean, we got in early with IFAC in New York because there's competition in December from the International Audit and Assurance Standards Board, the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants. So we were quite pleased to get that slot there. So, yeah. Okay. Any other points then in terms of Leah's gesturing to me?
Oh, we have Srini.
Ian Ross, can I?
Hi.
Thank you. Thanks. Just to echo what Ross just mentioned, so ever since this agreement from the World Bank has gone through within the World Bank environment, I see such a large amount of positive vibe ever around it and the expectations. So just to share that the World Bank is super excited with the climate risk related disclosure standard work stream. And we are all even more excited about receiving all of you members and observers in Washington, DC early next year. Thank you.
Oops, thanks, Srini. Great to see you. Yeah, we very much look forward to being back in DC. And for those of you that haven't met Srini, long-standing friend of the board, currently heading up the PIFA Secretariat in Washington, which is a very, very important, very strong supporter of the IPSASB board. Okay, so with that brings to a conclusion items 1 and 2. I think what we will do is we will take a break at this point in time before we head into item 3, measurement application phase. So if we can be back here at 5 to whichever hour you were on. Okay, thanks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we move into item 3 measurement application phase, and here we're moving into approval of the exposure draft. So having done the page flip in March, we had a look at the changes arising from that at the check-in in May, and I know there's a number of points that are being cleared through bilaterally with members and TAs working with staff, and thanks everyone for doing that. And we will also be having the usual editorial process after approval. And I know there've been a few final edits already submitted by staff and TAs, and thank you very much for doing the background work ahead of the meeting. So without further ado, I'll move over to Agostina to take us through the approval process.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reinforce a message that Ian sent, I want to thank all the TAs and board members for the help with editorial comments and addressing all your instructions. And we have had 2 page flips in March and May. I want to let you know that John is available online. He's attending us virtually at this time, but he is here with us. With that, I will just pass to the approval paper. I would like to say that the ED call amendments to IPSAS as a result of the application of IPSAS 46 measurement is consistent with the objective of the project itself to evaluate the applicability of CAV across the IPSAS and propose amendments to relevant IPSAS, as well as the review of the definition of recoverable service amount in IPSAS 21, adding the definition of accounting estimates to IPSAS 3, consistent with the terminology in 46, and hence the consistency of current value measurement disclosures terminology, and the exposure period proposed is 120 days, which is consistent with the IPSASB due process and working procedures. And with that, I'll just pass it to the chair for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agostina. So if we can move now into the approval process. And if you've got a slide up for that. Or, okay. So Ross, over to you.
Thanks. So normal approval process. First, I'm going to ask everybody to vote for. If you vote for and you're in the room, please raise your hand. If you're online, please raise your online hand if you support. Then I'm going to ask for those who vote against, and then I'll ask for any abstentions if we still have remaining voters. So with that, if you vote for the approval of the exposure draft, please raise your flag. So just give me a second to count. So I have 15 in the room, and I have 1 online, so that's 16 for. So everybody can put your flags down. So I'm going to now ask for those voting against to please raise your flag or your hand online. So I've got 2 votes against. So that's 18 in total. So we don't need to go to abstentions. And just to note, for those who voted against, you have the right to have an alternative view in the exposure draft, and you'll work with staff to summarize that view. Or you can also put dissenting views in the minutes if you don't want to put an alternative view. And I'm happy to explain that offline. Ian, do you want to?
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just get through the remainder of the process, and then actually I'll just loop back and perhaps ask Andrew and Angela just to explain, so that it can be summarised in the minutes, the reason for the dissenting view. So let's just move through the final part of the approval process.
Yes, from the approval perspective, this is our last slide. From a due process perspective, it has been completed.
Yeah, so the other point on the slide is the staff's proposing a 4-month, 120-day consultation process consistent with our normal due process for items. So asking for board members to support that.
Claudia, you want to come in on that?
Sorry, I thought we vote or maybe have to give an agreement that we have with this 120 days. So I thought it was a question.
Yes.
So agree.
Yeah.
on
Well,
it.
just if anyone disagrees, we normally
okay.
come in and say their reasoning why they'd like something shorter or longer.
Okay. Okay. So that exposure draft then is approved with a 120-day comment period. So perhaps then if I could just ask Andrew and Angela just to you obviously voted against, just to explain the reasoning for that, and obviously that'll be the basis for an alternative view if you want to express one. So Andrew, do you want to lead off, and then Angela to add?
Yeah, thanks. So disagreement is around the application of COV to intangible assets. And I think sort of the three high-level areas here is they potentially are concerned around unintended consequences of the application of COV to intangible assets. And I think more work needs to be done in this area to see how those principles are going to apply, what are going to be the consequences of the application of COV to intangible assets. By the introduction of COV without an active market restriction to it, it does make us inconsistent with the private sector as well. And then lastly, there are broader, I guess, areas of deficiency potentially with intangible asset reporting. The ISB has launched their project to have a look at it. And so I felt it would be more prudent to rather wait for the outcome of that project, work through that project as well with the inclusion of COV there, rather than including it here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Angela, anything you want to add to what Andrew said?
I think Andrew summed it up very well. I'm in the same position in relation to intangibles, and for the same three reasons. The only thing I just add, I'd observed that COV, when it was being developed, was very much around physical assets. So that's really another dot point under sort of unintended consequences of applying COV at this time to intangibles. But I agree with the other two reasons that Andrew explained as well. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks both. And I think this is one of those occasions when actually there is a genuine professional debate to be had, and therefore actually I think it's therefore helpful to actually articulate those questions in a way that then allows our constituents to input to our deliberations and to the thinking in terms of how we might move that forward or not move that forward through the completion of this pronouncement. So as Ross has said, then if the two of you are happy to work with staff in terms of crafting that alternative view, that would be much appreciated. Okay. So with that, I think that then, as I said, there will be an editorial process. So anybody that wishes to participate in that, please, if you can contact Agostina, that would be appreciated. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the title of the ED, we said that it should be amendments to IPSAS as a result of IPSAS 46 measurements. So we're dropping the application of as agreed in the May check-in meeting. So it's in paragraph 12A of the minutes of May meeting. Thank you.
Okay, if we can just check consistency on that. Okay, good. So I think with that concludes item 3. So we move forward then into other lease type arrangements, which is item 4. Claudia.
Thank you. I just have a question about, do we know when we expect to start a announcement of the ED? If we expect them to sometime in August and the beginning of September, because now we have the vacation season, so I don't know how much time you will have or need.
Oh, sorry, Augustine.
So from a due process perspective, we have to let the PIC know we've approved an exposure draft and they get a short period to comment back. But the 4 months we give will be from the date of publication of the ED, and we often add a few weeks extra depending on when the end falls. If it's in the middle of December or something, we'll take that to January. So it'll be 120 days plus a little bit, but that'll be driven by our internal process to finalize the documents, get the PIC approval, and get it out. But I would guess no earlier than late July, probably into August before it goes out. But we'll do our best to get it as quickly as we can, and then we'll make sure we have 4 months at a minimum for people to respond.
Yeah, and I think we always do, we always have that challenge in terms of summer breaks in the Northern Hemisphere and summer breaks in the Southern Hemisphere around. But certainly there should be sufficient time in the autumn for meetings to be scheduled and so on. Okay. Thanks for that, and thanks just before moving off that item to staff and the task force. There's been a lot of work that's gone into that draft pronouncement, and I think you can see that from the number of topics covered and so on. So I think it's good to see that brought together. So thank you very much, everyone, for the hard work that's gone into that. Okay. So we now move on to other lease type arrangements. Joao, if you want to come to the front, just give us a minute to sort that out. Okay. And Lynn, I'll go to you first as task force chair. Maybe if you just want to give us your thoughts as we move into this item.
Thanks, Ian. So a couple of things to just say to perhaps set the scene. Clearly, there's been a really short turnaround time between us closing the consultation here and needing to get papers out for the meeting. Wanted to say thanks to Joao for his work on these, but also to the task force as well. You will see that the papers say that they are staff recommendations. That is because we needed to get the papers out and the task force members wanted a bit more time to look at the responses. However, having spoken to the task force members, had the papers gone out a bit later, it would have said task force recommendation as well as staff recommendation. So it wasn't a lack of support from the task force. The task force wanted a bit more time between the paper dispatch and the meeting to satisfy themselves on the responses and how they'd been dealt with. Just on that as well, I think the speed of papers perhaps has resulted in a bit of shorthand, perhaps in the papers themselves, in terms of did we feel a matter of principle was being raised, and we might have, and we have in a few places, just simply referred to previous board discussions or decisions. There clearly is now a proper opportunity between now and when we finally approve BCs for us to explain our position better publicly through the basis of conclusions as well. So there is that opportunity to sort of explain ourselves better. But like I say, the speed, I sound defensive, but the speed in which we've turned around the papers has meant that perhaps some of that explanation isn't in the papers. I guess what I wanted to say is today we really were hoping that the board could focus on, principles around the authoritative text. We recognise there's more work that we need to do on things like the BCs, but it's really focusing on the responses that we received. Have those been dealt with appropriately in the authoritative text is the sort of tone from us today, please.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. And I think, that, I mean, it is different to what we've done generally in terms of the fact that we will focus on the BCs in the check-in meeting. But I think it's really important that we do communicate where we feel that points that have been submitted, either essentially this is a point which the board has already discussed and formed a conclusion on, or actually, yes, we've got the different dimension. If that causes us to think differently, that's good. But equally, it may be that, we've looked at that and we still feel that the original decision was right. And so that just gives us that opportunity to make sure that we communicate that appropriately to our constituents. And I think that's very important. And we do appreciate the fact that they've commented within a relatively quick period. So I think that's important to say that publicly. I think with that, then, unless there's anything else you want to say, perhaps Joao, if you can lead us into the analysis in terms of the responses received and the recommended way forward.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And I also would like to start with a big thank you to the task force for your support and for the comments that staff has been receiving after the posting of the papers, and not only from the task force, but also from other board members and TAs, where staff is also very thankful for that. So, and with that, so we are now in agenda item 4. And now it's my turn. I'm pressing. Everyone is okay. It's working now. Okay, so staff thought it would be useful to give a few seconds of attention to where we are now, given that this project has started in 2016. So it's been 8 years plus, and so we are at the last steps of phase 2, where we are seeking an approval of a final pronouncement that will make amendments to our IPSASB 43 that was approved in the phase 1 of this project. And these after 3 EDs, 3 to 4 EDs in total. So lots of work that this board and staff and task forces that has been underway. So it's kind of a sense of feeling that it is kind of really the last step that we are working. So it's a process, and it takes a village to reach here. So I don't know, Ian, if you want to say anything else, or can just move. Okay, thank you. So, all right. Jumping to the first agenda item, the high-level review of responses to ED 88. So, as usual, staff makes this classification of the comment letters. We received 28 responses. Some late responses, but still staff made the effort to analyze them, because some had very good comments that staff wanted to bring into the analysis. But it is showing a confirmation of a tendency of having non-English speaking countries prevailing in the comment letters. I am also from an English speaking country, and I really appreciate having countries that do not speak English trying to delve into our proposals, and that is shown also on the quality of the comment letters that we have been receiving. So the rest of the statistics are there. We don't need to delve more. The first step. The other step that we take is have kind of what is the overall conversation that our constituents are saying to us. So we found that there is an overall support for the 88 proposals. But what it is also interesting, similar to to the previous ED, there were many miscellaneous issues raised. In these, I label it drafting, clarifications, some editorials, so which basically speaks to the interest of constituents to have to have the guidance and to have clarity on the guidance that we are proposing. So the statistics that are in those three graphs are mere quantitative statistics, but that's only one of the steps. What it matters is the qualitative analysis that are done in the subsequent papers. And with this, I'll make a pause. I don't know if you want to say anything or the board.
Yeah, I just wanted to check whether there are any comments at this point in time. Particularly with regard to, I think the point you make, Joao, is very important, that it, obviously that overview is useful in terms of relative levels of support, but then obviously it's how it's delving into the comments and what's been said that as always is extremely important. And I guess, Joao, I don't know whether you want to say anything at all about the respondents' comments that are summarized in Appendix A, or because I'd welcome any thoughts the board has on that analysis.
Yes, and so similar to the approach that staff did for the previous ED. So we tried to to analyze first in this agenda item the arguments that were put forward by the constituents that disagreed with the proposals. And as it is in the Appendix A, many of those arguments, staff did not replicate it here, once again, for short time and the length of those arguments and the discussion that the board had. Basically, we made a cross-reference to the appropriate agenda items in previous agenda papers where the board and staff and task force analyzed. And overall, staff did not see new arguments that the board did not discuss so far in this project that would make kind of a red flag for us to think through, stop, or change course. So, and that appendix basically shows that, and it's for information for the board, and if the board agrees with the analysis.
Okay, thanks, Joao. So maybe we just sort of pick up on each of the SMCs to check whether there's any concerns from board members either with the recommendation or whether there are any matters there that you feel would need to be reflected in the basis for conclusions. So that's on SMC1 on page 4 of item 4.2.1. Okay. Then perhaps if we move on to SMC2, which is on the IPSASB 47 non-authoritative guidance, and that's on page 4 and page 5 through on to page 6. Again, any concerns over staff recommendations there, or feelings that we need to explain better in the SMCs, in the BCs? Yeah.
Yeah, just to highlight that many of these will be in the BCs, but will be structured and drafted in a different way than what it is here. This is just a brief summary, but that analysis will be done after.
Ross.
Yeah, I just want to come in on that too, because I think it's important. As we normally do in papers, staff focus on the more critical comments. So you're only seeing here the disagreement. You're not seeing the substantial agreement as well. So the BCs will need to straddle the positive support we heard too. It's really easy as a standard setter to sit back and only focus on the criticisms of one or two respondents rather than the 26 others that strongly agreed. And the nature of the way standard setting works is when people agree and agree with the arguments, they usually just say agree. They don't give you a lot of feedback. When they disagree, sometimes they'll give you more feedback and they'll tell you why they disagree. Sometimes they won't as well. So I just want to make sure that from a optics perspective, we take into account the balance of what we heard, not the one or two critical comments only.
Yeah, Tricia.
Sorry, I'm lost. But can I come back on page 4?
Yep, sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, in page 4, the item, I think the item 5 I can discuss in all the paper because it's more related to better articulation with the principles in IPSAS 47. But the item 7, it's about the feasibility of determining the lease payment at market term after the initial contractual initial recognition of the concessional lease based on contract lease payments or right of use as in kind. The question here, the answer is IPSAS EG 88, IPSAS 43, make cross reference to IPSAS 43 for subsequent measurement of right of use assets and right of use assets in kind respectively. But the question here, this answer, this response is from CFC. And the question here is not about the subsequent measurement of the assets, but the question is when, because in the concessional leases, there is an exception that I can recognize the right of use assets based on contractual payments. The question here is after this moment, if I can measure based on market terms, what I do? And this is the question here. It's the same for right of use in kind. We have discussed this with João and Andrew yesterday. And in the case of the concessional leases, if in the day 2 or year 2, I can measure the assets and the right of use assets and the payment at market terms, it's not possible to affirm that the difference in the initial recognition is a concession. I understand this, but in the case of the right of use assets in kind, I couldn't recognize the assets and I could recognize the obligation. And when in day 2 or a year 2, it's suppose a contract for 10 years, and in the second year I can measure the assets and I can measure the liability. Why not to recognize? This is I think it's the point here. I think it's better explained this point here. And subsequent measurement based on current value, it's not enough, for example, for right of use assets in kind because the asset was not recognized because it's not possible to measure. In this case, I never recognize the assets and the liability if I have a compliance obligation linked to the agreement. I think this is need better elaboration here.
Okay, so just to summarize then, you're not disagreeing with staff's recommendation, but you feel there's a need to communicate that better.
I don't know. In the case of the concessional leases, I need to explain why not consider the concession in the second year, for example. But in the case of right of use assets in kind, in my view, I think it's better for the public sector perspective to recognize the assets and the liability if the liability exists because of the compliance obligation. In this case, I think.
João or Linda, do you want to come in?
Yes, so thanks for that, Patricia. So we have also discussed this during the breaks. So the issue is that the guidance that we are proposing here does not deviate from the guidance that there is already in IPSAS 47 for physical assets that are given, donation of assets. So, and the question that Patricia raises is bigger than right of use assets, because similar to the guidance that we already have, we don't for the physical assets, the guidance that it is in IPSAS 47 is only related to initial recognition. There is no guidance in IPSAS 47 related to recognizing 2 years later or 3 years later the concession related to a transaction that happened 3 years before. Where we landed is, why would we now proposing specific guidance for right of use assets in kind if for the physical asset itself there is no guidance for that? So this is kind of more of a question that we have here, and some existence on just providing ad hoc guidance for a specific transaction when for the physical assets itself there is no guidance for that. So it's not that I have kind of an ideal solution, but the potential solution, it reminds me similar to market, the meaning of market rates is beyond the issue of right of use assets in kind. But nevertheless, we are happy to bring this analysis and discussion into the basis for conclusions, where given the guidance that we have now, and that's where we are so far in the discussion. I hope to have captured well, but Andrew and Lynn was also on this discussion, but they may have also something to add. Thank you.
Lynn, did you want to add?
Yeah, just to add to that there's a consistency between the sort of right of use asset in kind and fully donated asset, and right of use asset in kind and a concession release. And at the moment, what we are proposing is consistent with both of those. And my personal fear would be to suggest something different for any one of those would potentially have unintended consequence, that suddenly for one particular type of transaction that contains a concession, you would start continuing to look to remeasure that. And I think it would be unwise to pick one that you do that with and don't do it with others, because if I charge £1 in a lease contract versus charging nothing, suddenly I've got a very different consequence on subsequent measurement. Does not feel consistent to me. So that's why I'm content with what we've done.
Ross, to you, and then I'll go to Patricia.
I just want to say I agree with Lynn on this. It's also hasn't been talked about yet, but in financial instruments, we have concessions, and how they're defined is it must be at inception. Any modifications after are waivers of debt or modifications of the original arrangement. So you have to be able to calculate your concession on inception when you enter the contract. And we have that both for debt instruments as well as equity instruments.
Patricia.
The question is specifically about the right of use in kind. What the draft should recommend, or what is the requirement? I can't recognize because I don't have market information, but the asset exists. Consequently, the act was, in this case, the act was not recognized. Then the asset cannot be measured for current value. And then if I have the asset, I use the asset, but I can't recognize because in the exception of the contract, I could measure, but now I can measure. And I can recognize in this moment why not? It's better not to show for the users that there are an asset. I'm not sure about this.
I think we need to take this offline. I think at this stage, the question is actually whether we give guidance or not. I think either way, we need to be clear. If we're not going to give guidance through this because of consistency, then we need to communicate that. Because this is a complex area, and I certainly do appreciate the point about unintended consequences. And I think at this stage, we need to be very, very careful about actually providing guidance that we haven't actually exposed. Now, it may be that at some stage in the future, we want to provide a very specific piece of guidance, which could either be done through annual improvements or it might be a narrow scope project. But I think we have to be very careful. So I think the instruction to the task force is to work with Patricia to clarify what exactly we can and we can't do here. And if we're not going to do that, that we communicate that clearly. Okay. Renee, because I really don't think we're going to get any further on this in this session.
I just want to agree with you and just maybe say that this is more like an accounting and maybe audit issue. When you have new information in a subsequent year, then you reconsider potentially reassessing your accounting of a past transaction. And then we have changes in estimate, right? When there's new information, accounting for the transaction, I think there's guidance elsewhere in our literature to deal with this potentially.
Ross, final word, and then I'm going to move us on.
So there is guidance on that for financial instruments where it's a modification of terms. If you have a significant modification of terms, you have a new transaction, and you recognize the old transaction, you recognize the new one. So I don't think this is a new area for us, and I don't see. Anyway, we'll take it offline.
Okay, but I think the point remains. I think this needs to be dealt with through a task force discussion, and then I think a recommendation back to the board on Friday in terms of what we can and can't do here. And if it's something that we're going to bring back at another point in time, that's fine, but let's communicate that clearly through basis for conclusions. Okay. So then we were just on the sort of responses to disagreements to SMC3, which is pages 6 and 7 and 8 of item 4.2.1. Okay, so no further points to bring up on those. So then I'd suggest we move into item 4.2.2, which is authoritative guidance in IPSAS 47.
Yes, thank you. So staff will take on offline that instruction, and we'll discuss with Patricia and the task force the way forward for Friday. The second agenda item of this issues paper, it's about IPSAS 47 authoritative guidance, SMC1. And similar to the project we did for the March meeting, staff created two appendices, one with the suggestions made by respondents that staff has accepted, Appendix A1 that starts on page 16, and then we have Appendix A2 announcements that were not accepted by staff. So perhaps we can do the same, Ian, page by page, and see if there is, by exception, if any board member has any comments to have.
Yeah, so if we can look at Appendix A1 to item 4.2.2, and that's where it's proposed that we should accept the comments from respondents. So that's on page 2, 3, and 4 of 4.2.2. Okay, I'm not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content to accept. as proposed.
They have more below for the same. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've just pointed out it's pages 5 and 6 as well. If there's anything on those, Patricia.
Here, it's I think it's only to better articulate with the requirements in IPSAS 47, because
Sorry, which point are you on, Patricia?
is 4, page 5.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Because but this point appears in other places here too. But I concentrate in IPSAS in point 4. Some constituents raise the question that the relation of bidder arrangement and compliance obligation, and how when I recognize or not revenue. I think when I analyze the IPSAS 47, IPSAS 47 revenue implies that the bidder arrangement has a compliance obligation. But for example, in a normal leases contract, there is not compliance obligation. I think this is not clear here, because compliance obligation is can I see here? Is an entity promise in a bidder arrangement to either use resources internally for distinct goods or services, or transfer distinct goods or services to a purchaser or a third-party beneficiary. The IPSAS 43, the leases payment, in my view, it's not a compliance obligation.
Ross.
Then, can I finalize my argument?
Well, I think Ross just wanted to respond to the point about the compliance obligation, if that's okay, Patricia, and then I'll come straight back to you.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know why that wouldn't be a compliance obligation, because I think on the staff side, we're quite convinced that would be a compliance obligation. So we might have a difference of views on this, but interested to know what makes that not a compliance obligation when you've got a contractual arrangement that tells you your rights and obligations and how you can use that asset over a lease period. To me, that's the definition of binding obligations.
Not the definition here in IPSAS 47. It's not the bidder arrangement has rights and obligations. The obligation is not necessarily a compliance obligation, like defined in IPSAS 47. This is the point. And then when I think the principle is not different here, but the way to explain what the principle works here, I think it's different, because in the concessional leases, if I don't have compliance obligation, I recognize the revenue. If I have a compliance obligation, I need to recognize a bidder arrangement liability. It's the way to explain. Yeah. Sometimes say, sorry. My question here is to articulate with the definition of compliance obligation in IPSAS 47. Thank you.
I think we need to be very careful that we spend a lot of time on compliance obligations, binding arrangements, and so on. So the purpose of this is not to change the guidance in the primary guidance in IPSAS 47. I think this is the interaction between the leasing standard and certainly in the way that we establish the definitions in IPSAS 47, those would clearly encompass the requirements under a lease contract. And then in 43, those are contractual. The idea about binding arrangements was that actually included contractual and non-contractual. So I think there may be something in the explanation here, but I'm struggling to see that there's a if you like, a concept, there's a problem with the concept. So, I mean, maybe there is something in how this is actually explained or articulated, and perhaps that can be worked on. But can't see that there's a conceptual contradiction there. I mean, I'm thinking this is something where maybe there's something that the communication isn't quite clear, but can't see there's a factual problem with that. I think we're going to have to take this one offline, but I am really genuinely struggling as somebody who's outside this to see that there's a contradiction technically, just because of where we've gone to and how we've approached it. Okay, so we take point 4 offline. Okay, anything else on A1? So can we move on then to A2, which is where staff's recommending not to proceed, and that is on pages 7 and 8, 9 through to page 11 of item 4.2.2. Yeah, Camira.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Joao. I have a comment on the item number 13. So the comment 13, where I found that the respondent.
Sorry, Patricia. Camira, where are you?
The point number 13. The respondent.
Okay.
That is page 10. Yeah, point 13.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, before going to that, I think we have analyzed these responses really, really in time record, because the response were due in end of May, and less in a month we already perhaps there are some points where we should be careful on how we address, or so that respondents feel that we are really taking the time to analyze their input. So not that we send the wrong message. So on this point 13, I find that the respondent concern is valid. So somehow it seems that there was a misperception, or maybe there were wrong expectations about what we are going to do in this project. So here, because they were expecting maybe something more broad in terms of arrangements, and I remember in our discussions at some point the board decided that we will focus basically on contract. Okay, if it's not a contract, you go to other standard, it's out of the scope. But here we see an example of a respondent that was expecting, okay, maybe because of the initial request for information, they were expecting something broader that covers everything, well, not everything, but a broader scope. So there should be a better communication on that, and explain them, well, what the advantage could be. Okay, you don't need to apply IPSAS 43, you go to other guidance, other standards to analyze that kind of transactions. Then in relation to that, then we have the comment number 16. So then where we are going now, not in terms of contracts, but all the right of use in kind. So that they are saying, well, you need to apply, so you are not allowed at some point. So the comment 13, we see the scope is too narrow. We say, okay, you are only focusing on contracts. And then we have comment 16 when they say, yes, the provisions in IPSAS 43 must be applied then for this right of use assets. So I think we should, so and they were asking for a decision tree, and then here we are saying, okay, we are not providing a decision tree, maybe at the standards level not, but if we could consider providing some kind of guidance in the at glance or in the instructional video, or somehow find a way that we don't need to re-expose or do further work in this project, but at least to address those concerns in other, because we have as a board other tools to communicate. We have the at glance, we have these training materials, we have other areas where we can address that kind. And because at the end, what we want is that the people are able to apply the guidance that we are using. So the more instruments and information we provide for the scoping, where they can apply IPSAS 43, when not, and all that, and where to go, that will be really helpful. Thanks.
Dave.
Thanks, Kamara. I think that's a good suggestion, because looking back at what we've done throughout this entire project, as Joao said, it's been an 8-year journey, or maybe more than 8 years now. And I think back and reading the responses to the RFI and how we did the feedback statement there, I think that's kind of the first step in explaining where to look. And I think if we pull that forward into at a glance, that's a good suggestion, Camille, to make sure that maybe a one-stop shop to know where to look, and supporting material is a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that suggestion, Camilla. I mean, I guess the question is, and this is always a kind of balance, isn't it, in terms of, clearly at a glance is a useful way of communication, but I think then there's also a kind of question as to, is there something somewhere else in the, the IEs, IGs that, that would be helpful. So I think that's probably something to take away as an instruction. Clearly,
we have already done that.
Okay.
Can I explain?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Camille, for those suggestions. So during the review of the responses of the previous ED, actually, you made a suggestion similar to that one. And in page 13 of the final pronouncement, it was added, and constituents didn't have the opportunity to see this because it was amendment to IPSASB 43, which was not re-exposed now. But it is already a diagram that shows the scoping between what it is a service concession arrangement, a lease, what types of rights, and where they would go. So there is already something there. Was not exposed now because it is amendments to IPSASB 43, not amendments to IPSASB 47. But we can build on these and build then that additional guidance for that at glance that you were suggesting. So just to say that there is already something there that will help us for future application materials. Thanks again.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Lynn, you're in on that.
Yeah, I think Joelle's made part of my point for me that, we haven't, again, seen the entirety of BCs, but I think there's a broader point that keeps coming up, which is we've had to scope this project in a certain way, and we are aware because we constantly are told of other arrangements that people would welcome more guidance on. And I think that when people come to use these standards in practice, there will be a continuing need for people to sort of reorientate themselves about, am I even in the leasing standard? I think that lots of practitioners think that they're in these standards when perhaps they're not. And I think there is a need for that, we should not underestimate the constant communication, and the board and application panel or whatever in the future may need to return to these other types of arrangements that aren't contracts, that aren't in here, and have we got enough guidance in the literature somewhere? I think we do have to land this project here, but it's really clear to me that people are still confused about when I'm in this guidance and when I'm not.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. And I think that's right. So if you like, the instructions then are for staff to think about how we make sure that, that material that you've already alluded to, Joao, is properly signposted. And that may well be that actually it is both in the guidance itself, but also in the at a glance material to highlight that. And then I think consistent with your point, Lynn, then I think we need to actually start to, where we get these questions coming in, that's exactly the sort of thing that we would want to then use the proposed application panel for, so that you can start to accumulate that and say, is this just a specific fact pattern that's causing a problem here? Or is there a more general point that the board would then need to come back to through an appropriate mechanism at that point in time? Okay, so thanks for that, and I think it does underline that we will need to just make sure that we've got the basis for conclusions as well finalised, as you suggest, Camilla. Okay, so anything else then on item 4.2.2? Oh, Patricia.
Okay, thank you. The last point, 17, the constituent asked about it, the difference in the treatment when I have partial concession and total concession. I think it need to explain the why the difference, because in the concessional lease, in the case of the lessor, I recognize the expense for the total of the amount of the assets. But in this, and then they not recognize the transfer right if I have a compliance obligation. But in the, I would like to confirm, but in the transfer of right, transfer of right of use in kind, I considering the compliance obligation. I think this is the question here. Maybe I need to more elaborate what the reason to have different treatment for partial and total concession.
Sure.
So staff will bring that analysis and the discussion through the BCs that we are planning to bring for the July, and then it is better through that approach. That would be staff recommendation for now, if Patricia then agrees. Yeah.
Okay. So we take that away as an instruction. Okay. Any other points then on item 4.2.2? So we move then into item 4.2.3, which is the non-authoritative guidance to IPSAS 47.
So the process is the same. There are two tables, so we can go and flip the tables and receive board's comments by exception. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joao. So this is responses that we're proposing to accept and address, which is on, and those are summarized on page 3 and page 2 and page 3 of item 4.2.3, A1 table. Okay, not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content with those recommendations. So then we move on to table A2, where staff are recommending not to accept, and that's on pages 3 and 4. Scott.
Yeah, my question's more clarity. I sent you some changes. I'm assuming we don't need you agreed to make those changes. If not, we
yes.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that.
I have it here, Scott.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I didn't bring them up.
Yeah. But thanks for that. And not only Scott, but other board members sent me, and I took note. Those will be brought for the July, the BCs.
Okay. So any other points on 4.2.3? Okay, so 4.2.4, which is non-authoritative guidance to IPSAS 48.
So here is the same process. So the first appendix are the enhancements accepted by staff, and the second one are the ones that staff did not accept and would like board confirmation then on both. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So the first one is Appendix A1, which is on page 2 of agenda item 4.2.4. Not seeing any flags raised. So I think we're content with those recommendations there. And then Appendix A2, where staff is recommending not to accept. And again, that's page 3 of item 4.2.4. Okay, so let's move then into 4.2.5.
Yes, thanks for your confirmation on these tables. So the last agenda item for the analysis of these the respondents' comments. So there were several stuff labeled miscellaneous issues that are not directly with the specific guidance that the board was proposing, but staff nevertheless thought it would be useful to bring those comments for board's consideration and aggregated in a single table the way to proceed. So in this case, staff is looking for to know in Appendix A if the board has any further suggestions, comments. I do appreciate that staff was quite brief in the answers here. But once again, please read this kind of as a brief to this board. It's not what it will be in the BCs. In the BCs, we'll have more explanatory text giving context to this. But and staff will be happy to receive any comments on this table. Thank you.
Okay, so I suggest what we do is we just walk through page by page and pick up any comments from board members as we go. So we're on Appendix A of item 4.2.5, and we've got points 1 and 2, which are on page 2 of that paper. Any comments from board members on those? Yep, Camilla.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm on point number 1, where the constituent is asking to have a bit more of time to implement IPSAS 43 simultaneously with these amendments. So I know that IPSAS 43 has been published already for a certain amount of time, but we are seeing that there is some pressure that people are asking for some more time. So I think it will be good that we discuss that here. But because from a prepared perspective, I think it will be also for them better to have the finalized standard to if they have to make changes in their processes or changes in their ERP systems and all that, if they have the updated IPSAS 43 instead of waiting for stages. Unless another alternative could be that it will be definitely good that they already have the final pronouncement of this project by the end of this year, so that they already know what are the changes that will come, and they are encouraged or allowed to implement those changes simultaneously or earlier. So that that could be also a sort of solution for that. But I think it's important to discuss this here. Thanks.
Yeah. So if the pronouncement is approved at this meeting, the plan is to work through the BCs during July, bring it to the check-in, and then publish the final pronouncement in August. Then between August until the end of the year, constituents will have already some months. If they have already been through this process, they know what are the proposals, so they know what to expect, and they will have some months. But staff, when we read this, I was also sensitive because I was already prepared before being as Sandra said. But I was expecting new arguments that would dissuade, that can dissuade the discussion that this board had back in December when we discussed the effective dates. And the constituent didn't raise new arguments, and that's why we said, okay, but there are no new arguments, so I could not find kind of a reason to say, okay, let's move from the decision that we took back in the December, and that's where we I landed basically. Thanks for that.
Okay, so I think the question is, I mean, we did have the discussion about whether we delayed the effective date or not, and I think the board did decide that we would not. But I guess the question that is legitimate, though, is given that the time elapsed now in terms of approval of this pronouncement is actually, should the effective date for this, is there a case for moving that date back? I don't know. So not going for, alignment, but is there and I don't know the answer to that. Dave?
I mean, I don't think so, but yeah, I don't have any data. I think that we line things up and this would be effective after the leasing standard becomes effective. And I think that gives constituents enough time to apply everything, but happy to discuss further.
Lynn?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've got much more to add. I guess what goes through my mind is that nothing stopping people early adopting this so that they align in practice, and most jurisdictions choose their own implementation dates regardless of what we put in the standards, actually, is my final observation on it. So I think there is probably enough flexibility there that I didn't think we would need to change.
Okay, so the recommendation is not to change the original decision then. Okay. So let's move on then to page 3.3 there. Page 4, which is points 4 through 8. Page 5, which is items 9 and 10. Page 6, which is items 11 through 13. Page 7, which is items 14 and 15. That's okay. So no further points from members on those miscellaneous issues.
Yeah.
So move us into 4.2.6 then.
Yeah. Thanks for the confirmation once again. So moving to the next agenda item, 4.2.6, final pronouncement development. So just two recommendations, basically one about the title of the final pronouncement to seek the board's confirmation on our recommendation to have a merged title between the several EDs, so which would be then concessionary leases and other arrangements conveying rights over assets, amendments to IPSAS 43, IPSAS 47, and IPSAS 48. And of course, the markup changes that it's in the final pronouncement. So just to highlight that the IPSAS 43 part is the changes from the version that the board saw in December 2023. And the ED88 part, which is IPSAS 47 and IPSAS 48, are all the amendments that staff did as a result of the review of the responses. So, and it is also everything in red marked up. So, and finally, just to reiterate that the objective is we do not have the time to develop the basis for conclusion given the short time. And we thought that the BCs would need to be kind of a very robust set of BCs. And for that, we would need to have the time for the July check-in meeting. So I'm just seeking the board confirmation on the title and the markup changes for now. I don't know if you want to do a flip.
So any objections to the proposed title? Okay, so I think we're fine with the title. Now, in terms of the markup, Joao, I think it might be appropriate just to do a page flip to pick up any points as we go, because I want to make sure that we've picked up all the points and that we do tidy this up. So I think if we can just walk through the marked up version that you've got as agenda item 4.3.2. So on page 4 of that, obviously there's just a minor change there. Any points on page 5? Oh, sorry, Angela.
Thanks, Ian, and apologies. I was just a bit slow finding my reactions buttons to the title, and it's a question. I did wonder whether the title oversold what the final pronouncement's doing, and in some ways, I feel it's really concessionary leases and right of use assets in kind. I think that's my sense, because it's really explaining what's not in scope of those standards. So it was just a question back to some of the previous comments around sort of a stakeholder expectation that this is going to explain the accounting of a whole lot of other type of arrangements. But I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, very good point, Angela. Thanks for that. So actually, that title was the initial title of ED 84, so which was concessionary lease and right of use assets in kind. And then what the board decided was to expand and bring other types of arrangements, like access rights, shared properties, and so on. Also into ED 88 and the re-exposure, I would say exposure the amendments to IPSASB 47 on concessionary leases and right of use asset in kind, but also adding non-authoritative guidance, those illustrative examples on access rights, shared properties, to IPSASB 47 and to IPSASB 48. So it's not only concessionary leases and right of use asset in kind. But I do appreciate your point that it's not new authoritative guidance that we are proposing to IPSASB 48 or even in IPSASB 47 for those examples, because the board thought that the principles that are already in those standards are basically enough, no change in the core text would be needed. And thanks again. Thank you.
Well, I think the question here really is there a factual problem with this? Because we can go backwards and forwards forever on titles. So I think unless factually it's wrong, can we go ahead with the proposed title? Okay. So just go back into the page flip, and Ross, you're going to just lead so that I can make sure I picked up comments. So we're on page 5 at the moment.
So moving on from page 5 to page 6. Moving through page 6 to page 7, where we come up to sale and leaseback transactions. At the bottom of that page 7, we move to the effective date and transition section. And we move on to page 8, or continue on transition. Moving through page 8 into page 9. Moving into page 10, where we start the application guidance. Moving through page 10 to page 11. And then moving into page 12 where the BCs would be. Then on to 13 where the implementation guidance is. On to 14, illustrative examples. 15. 16, where we have IE2. 17.
Can I just note, yeah. So just to note to the board and for transparency, so staff received a suggestion from Claudia to split one big sentence in example 10E, and staff has accepted, but it's only drafting. There is nothing of concept or whatever. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
So back into page 17, page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Then into page 30, where we've got amendments to IPSAS 47 revenue. Page 31, application guidance. Continue on to page 32.
Patricia.
In the AG 202C, the last sentence, the time of revenue recognition depends on the nature of the compliance obligation. I think it depends on if the compliance obligation was fulfilled or not the nature.
I can make that edit. No problem. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the beginning.
Members consent that we make that. Patricia, you've got another point?
In the next point about the measurement of on initial recognition right of use as in kind are measured based on the present value of payment at market rates. In the second part of this requirement said if payment for the right of use as in kind are at market rate based on the current use of underlying item are not here available, the right of use as in kind shall be measured in accordance with paragraph 24 and 26 of IPSAS 43. But in this case, the right of use in kind will be recognized for zero or nominal value because the I think it's not a. I think the second part it should be deleted.
So not necessarily. Why is that? Because there are several components into the lease payment. So it's not only the lease payments. There might be initial direct costs and other costs. So we are not describing that it should be measured or it should not be measured. So it should go to those paragraphs and see, okay, if they have any elements of the costs. If they don't, then it is zero. If they have some of the elements of the costs, then they should use whatever it is there. So it's not kind of a clear cut. That's why staff thought that, okay, it might be appropriate. But happy to receive an alternative approach if this does not solve your issue.
Yep, Patricia.
The main component of the cost of leases is the lease payment. And in this case, if I consider that I can't measure the lease payment and I recognize for zero, I don't recognize, and or for nominal or not relevant value. Not because of this, I think this part it's not should be deleted.
I can work with her.
I'm going to suggest that Lynn, you just wanted to come back.
Yeah, in para 25 of IPSAS 43, though, it talks about 25C and D talk about any initial direct costs incurred by the lessee, estimates of costs to be incurred in dismantling and removing the asset to its location. So it's talking about other things, which is why we had it in there.
Okay. I mean, I think we've got a couple of points, and I think it's helpful, Lynn. Thanks for that. So I think, Trish, you just need to reflect on that and see whether you think there's still an issue. And then we'll just take if that is the case, then take that into the discussion of those other couple of issues that you've raised that we've remitted to the task force. Okay.
Sorry, just for clarification, in paragraph AG 202B, staff also has received the suggestion to delete after the first comma where it is either free from requirements or maybe subject. The task force suggestion is that this is not needed and it would even create more complexity when there is no requirements and it is beyond of the guidance that the board was proposing. So staff is accepting this and seeks confirmation from.
Sorry, so what is
AG 202B?
Yeah.
After the first comma, so right of use assets in kind of transfer of assets that one entity makes to another, then we have comma, either free from requirements or maybe subject. So that to be deleted, that wording. So because the idea is that the scope of this project, there is always requirements, there are always compliance obligations there. And so it would create more problems than otherwise and for consistency. Yeah.
Okay, so is the board content with that? Okay.
So I think that takes us back into page 33. Then into 34, where we'll have the BCs later. 35, illustrative examples. 36. 37.
No, you have to.
About IE1C and IE1D, the adding the sentence may be determined by the entity. Shall we put it as the assets use may be determined by the entity. I.e. illustrative example 1C and 1D. We wish to clarify of adding the sentence may be determined by the entity, or suppose means for the assets used may be determined by the entity.
So this was one suggestion by one respondent. I can work with you offline on how we can add that wording to the suggestion that the respondent also made. So I just don't want to distort the meaning of the respondent's suggestion. So I'll work with you offline on that.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine. So we have an instruction on that to that effect.
So I think that takes us back to 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, amendments to IPSAS 48, transfer expenses. 42.
Sorry, Ross. Just also for transparency with the board, staff received a suggestion from Angela in adding some clarification in paragraph IE 12C, basically saying that at the end of that paragraph, adding a sentence that basically there is no separate accounting that it is required, and the amounts may be disclosed as transfer expenses. So staff worked with this with Angela, and I hope that the board also agrees with this. Thanks again to Angela.
Joe, could you repeat the suggestion again? I didn't get what you want really to add.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a clarification because it is not in the wording, basically saying that those amounts that are identified, depreciation, maintenance, and other costs, they don't imply different or separate accounting. So, and to have an explicit sentence saying precisely that no separate accounting is required for those amounts. But however, those amounts may be disclosed as transfer expenses according to IPSAS 48. So this
sounds like a pure edit.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need to raise the edits.
No. Okay, that's fine.
Right.
So back into 41, 42, 43, 44. That brings us to the end.
Okay, so I think where we get to is we've got several items where we just need some further work from the task force just to bottom out the points that Patricia was raising. What I would suggest is that those discussions take place on Thursday during the task force time. Where those result in any proposed amendments, then we will bring those back as by way of markup or additional drafting to show to members in slide format for the session on Friday morning. And then what we will do is we will pick up on the approval of the announcement at that stage. So is everybody okay with that as the process? Okay. Sorry, Lynn, did you? Okay. Good. Joelle, anything else? Okay. So I think with that brings us to the end of item 4. It also brings us up to the lunch break. So we will break and come back at 1:30 Toronto time. Now, board members, you're not dismissed just yet because we have the board photo. And I think we're gathering in the lobby outside, Leah, for that. So no photo, no lunch. So if we can proceed and get the board photo done, and then everybody can take a well-earned lunch break at that point in time. Okay, thanks everyone.
Hi, Sajida.
Hello, Leah.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, I hear you very well. So everything seems really good.
Yeah, yeah, I
Okay,
hope so.
good. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's too
So
bad we
you you
can't.
you you can hear me now, right?
I
Clearly.
can hear you loud and clear. So I think we're going to start back up in 6 minutes.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
perfect.
So you can
Thank
go
you.
offline until we start back up.
Hi.
Okay? Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
see you
sure.
soon. Okay.
See you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so welcome back from lunch, everyone. Before we move into the next item in terms of IPSAS 33 update, really just wanted to have a discussion with the board in terms of today's one of those days where it's always very difficult to work out how long you're going to need in terms of when you got back-to-back approvals. But I think it's fairly clear that we're likely to finish today, or we're likely to be ahead today. And so the question is actually, how do we want to use the balance of the time most profitably from the board's perspective? And I think there's probably a couple of options on that. But Ross, perhaps you can just outline, what the options are, and then we can just take a sense of how the board wants to use the time.
Thanks, Ian. And Dave and I kind of walked around and talked to, I think, most members to kind of poll what the preference would be, whether we finish early today and use that additional time for members, TAs, to reread and prepare for sustainability tomorrow, knowing that's a big chunk of papers that people are still coming to grips with, so that they're prepared, or whether we look to use that extra time to bring forward an item from later in the agenda and bring that forward. I got a bit of a sense from members, more of a preference, I think, for reading the papers and getting ready for tomorrow on sustainability, but at the same time, it wasn't universal. So thought it easier to open it up and let people kind of discuss what their preferences would be and make sure that got a consensus view on how to use the board's time.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Views. Go on, Andrew.
So sustainability is one of those issues that I think it's foreign to me. So I always appreciate more time to read through it, prepare again through it. It is a lot of material to work through. So I guess my vote or preference would be to rather go home and read sustainability.
Okay, thanks. Claudia.
Yeah, I will agree what Andrew said. Maybe we could have some extra time with the staff then in between in the afternoon to follow up a few of minor issues we already detected, so we get a clearer understanding. That helps us as well.
Yeah, I'm sure stuff would be fine to be available, and I think it's a good idea. Other thoughts? Oh yeah, you could. Sorry.
Thank you. It is the same point of view. Extra time right now to continue reading the papers to be ready for tomorrow.
Okay. Any disagreement then? If that's we okay with that? Perfect, Andrew.
You made an offer we can't refuse. Or indeed, the complexity of the documents on sustainability. We have great advantages in using the spare time. What would we do otherwise? We would go to presentation of functional statements or whatever.
There are other options in terms of we could start talking about natural resources or something, but I'm kind of conscious of Abdullah. Sorry, Renee, and then Abdullah.
Yes, just wanted to come in because I'm the chair of the Natural Resources Task Force, and I won't be here in person on Thursday. So I could potentially want to start natural resources today in person, but I lean towards the other option just because, like everyone else, sustainability reporting, I would benefit from reflecting on it more. Thank you.
Okay, Abdullah, and then Lynn.
Well, after what Renee said, we did a good job in IPSAS 33. We can wrap it up in such a short time. Depends on the number of comments that you're gonna raise, but so we can have both. We can even bring even I'm leaning toward giving more time to prepare for sustainability, but I'm just saying this.
Lynn.
you're worried I'm going to go somewhere different now with my comments. Obviously, we've got lots of comments on IPSAS 33. No, the point I was going to make was clearly, the preference expressed by board members is to have additional time. I did wonder if there was a slight hybrid, which was, is there any presentation type of, to get people oriented if the first part of the sustainability agenda item is staff presentation, is there a part of a hybrid that we can use, was my first observation. And then my second reason for putting my flag up was that if we finish early, ladies, our intention would be to bring forward our W Network meeting to be straight after we finish. So that was my second reason for putting my flag up.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Just reflecting on your comment, I'm not sure that there actually is. I mean, I think the way Celine, correct me, I think the way we've got the slides set up is actually, it's a kind of walk through logically, so there isn't a big presentation up front. Ross.
Yeah, I would agree, other than maybe repeating part of the CAG presentation from yesterday on background, just to remind people there's not much additional there that's not already in the papers.
So I think the sense is then, let's get through the IPSAS 33 item, and then we will conclude the formal session for today, which, Lynn, as you proposed, then means the W group can start earlier. I think the question, though, is actually really picking up Claudia's point in terms of, are there any points that board members just want to clear with staff? And I'm sure Celine is happy to do that. So that might dictate, Lynn, you have a slightly longer break till starts the W group, just to allow board members just to pick up any questions with staff. So let's sort of just perhaps let's you and I confer when we get to that point. We can just sort of sort out what the timing is going to be on that. That's okay. Okay, good. So I think then let's move into the IPSAS 33 limited scope update. Abdullah, to you first as task force chair, maybe.
Well, let's start with the crystal, because I'm going to come up in slide 2. Just want to briefly say thank you to the task force team. Thanks for Christophe, Eileen, and all the team. And
pull the mic. 573.
Yeah. So we'll start with the Christophe, because I'm gonna be covering something in slide 2. But before that, I wanted to thank Christophe, Eileen, and of course the task force team. A special thanks to David and to the Saudi team who's been helping us. And we expanded even the work from the Saudi team beyond just the names that are presenting or are attending today, because we kind of use their help. Nonetheless, I won't take longer. So, Christophe, we can kick us off.
And sorry, before you do that, just to say, Abdullah, thank you very much for the way in which you've made your team's time available to support us. I think that's been really much appreciated. Christophe, to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Abdullah, if this was a cave, you would hear the echo going around in terms of our thanks again. So really appreciate that. Members, good afternoon. Observers, TAs, I appreciate being in front of you again. I will be joining Abdullah in the presentation, but also with Sajida of the Saudi team that is online. So she will be presenting from afar. We're really stretching the technology abilities in this meeting. So I'm grateful for their support in this regard. So Abdullah, I'm going to hand over back to you for the next slide.
Yeah, but just a short brief, and I don't want to repeat something I've said in the previous meetings. And IPSAS 33 was introduced back in 2015 and for the purpose of providing the transitional exemptions for first-time adopter. And based on the mid-period consultation we had in 21, we heard from our constituent they wanted us to make IPSAS 33 more clear or more user-friendly, and that's what we did. And we the board approved the project brief back in December 23, and with the two key issue with the objective of making IPSAS 33 more user-friendly and effective. And we highlighted two key issues. The first issue is to cover for the gap, and that is what we heard from our constituents, because IPSAS 33 did not capture or for the preparation phase, and that was the most important for first-time adopter. The second, it would be the opposite of this, which is the delay in fully adopting IPSAS in full and compliance with IPSAS by the end of the 3 years waiver. And since then, we worked diligently with the task force team into the options that we presented to the board with rearranging the standard and just linking it to pathway to accrual, and just providing more explanations to the exemptions. I know there has been extensive work, but this is to assure you that is the principles of IPSAS 33 have not been touched. We kept it. We are comfortable that in the task force team that all the work that has been done is to serve the objective of making it clear and user friendly. And just one last comment before I turn to Christoph, and to remind myself and the board, IPSAS 33 does not include anything to deal with guidance for recognition, measurement, or presentations. And it's all the requirements for measurements, recognition, and presentation would be in the specific IPSAS. And that is why so we need to, every time at the task force and working with David and with the team, we reminded ourselves, and that was our guiding principle working through the IPSAS 33. With that being said, Christoph and Saji.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. So, members, yeah, what Abdullah is saying is the work culminated in quite a lot of material. You would appreciate what we have shared in the papers was quite voluminous, but we would like to just re-emphasize the work was really about the objective that we wanted to achieve in improving the standard to be more user friendly. So, with that said, we'll move on to agenda item 5.2.1, which is the amendment to the authoritative text. Now, in this regard, the board has already made certain decisions and given staff certain instructions at the March meeting, which we have attended to with the task force. Those included what Abdullah has already alluded to, the rephrasing of the relevant exemptions to emphasize a first-time adopter may elect the exemption, as opposed to that it's not required to apply the recognition measurement principles, and that was to a maximum of 3 years. So that is something that we have done consistently across the exemptions. The second item that we did was to finalize the reorganization of the authoritative text. You will recall that we have moved the exemptions to the application guidance, where previously the standard contained all the text in core text format. And then lastly, we indicated in March that we were still busy with the application guidance on financial instruments and entity combinations, but that has been concluded also in this period in the application guidance section. Then the second point that I would like to highlight is that the standard currently is much shorter because of certain eliminations or exclusions that we have done to paragraphs that previously were in IPSAS 33. When we looked at IPSAS 33 in March, we did bring a paper to the board that showed in tabular format which paragraphs in original 33 transitioned and which did not in terms of the reformatted standard. And that accompanying table did show which paragraphs were not incorporated. Now, following the March proposals, we have obviously as staff and the task force again looked at the all these deletions, and through this thorough review that we have done, we have included in the table of concordance, which is also agenda item 5.3.3, we have included all the changes that we have made to the standards, to the standard itself, but not substantially changing, as we said, the objective and the available exemptions. But showing that these deletions, or as we would like to call them, exclusions from the standard were necessary. We agreed that that will increase the effectiveness of the standard by removing certain duplications, by removing requirements that are sitting in other standards. And as such, those exclusions were specifically highlighted in this regard, reducing the standard by quite a few paragraphs. To be honest, over 50 paragraphs have been eliminated in such a way, but we again just emphasize the benefit that the standard has gained from doing that in our belief. Because we did bring a page by page review, therefore, of the authoritative text already in March, it is not our intention for the board to again now do a page by page review of the authoritative text. But again, with that said, I would like to hand back to the chair to solicit any comments from members on whether or not you believe the instructions were indeed executed as given, as well as your views on the exclusion of those authoritative text paragraphs. So I'll pause there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. And I think it's very helpful, not only for the board, but I think it'll be helpful for constituents having that table of concordance, which shows very clearly how we've approached the material in terms of both rearrangement and exclusion. So open up for any comments on how those decisions have been implemented. Okay, I'm not seeing any flags raised, so Ludwig.
Just a clarification. We're not changing the title of IPSAS 33, right? But in agenda 5.3.1 and 5.3.2, it says that this accrual basis international financial reporting standards. I mean, the title of the agenda items. So I'm confused that these are IFRS instead of IPSAS.
If there is,
No, the
yeah,
title
I
of
follow.
the title of the documents of 5.3.1 and 5.3.2, it says accrual IPSAS 33 and then accrual basis international financial reporting standards. So
Okay, so that doesn't impact on the approval that we're asked, but
yeah, I
thank you
know.
for pointing that out. Okay. So that's it. Right, okay. So I think we are content. Jonah.
Yes, sir. Small thing, just following up on that. Is it superseding the current standard, or is it replacing? And also on the issue of definitions, where they're not in the usual place.
Chair, as members would note, then we are proposing to supersede the version of IPSAS 33 that was issued previously. We have incorporated the withdrawal of that specific standard then, but in essence, we have changed IPSAS 33. So it's not a new standard, and we are going to seek in the specific matter for comment from constituents to comment not on the standard again as a whole, rather just the changes. But I'm preempting our discussion later, but really the volume of change that was necessary to show change was just going to make it very difficult for constituents to comment. But in that being said, we would like to publish a clean standard without amendments, and that necessitated removing the 2015 version. And yeah.
Okay. So I think members are content then with the the exclusions that have been made and the amendments that have been made. So move us on then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for that vote of confidence. The next item is related, but we wanted to bring it separately because of its relationship to our measurement projects, and that's item 522. Firstly, what we noted from IPSAS 46, the consequential amendments that were made to IPSAS 33, included obviously recent decisions by the board to amend IPSAS 33, the first of which was the deletion of the definition of deemed cost from IPSAS 33. It was again considered in this project, and the relationship of the exemptions that are provided within IPSAS 33 and the definition deemed cost were very strong in this ED, and because of that particular importance, it is an element that we wish the board to approve to bring back into the standard again. So that's the first amendment that we considered. The second are the amendments that were also featured on the agenda today with Agustina's discussion on COV, and that is the use of current operational value as a deemed cost, and specifically the measurement exemptions guidance on using deemed cost to include COV for other types of assets, not just what IPSAS 46 introduced for property, plant and equipment at that stage. So we have basically preempted the board's decision, bringing other COV to other assets as a deemed cost measure. And that is the second aspect that we are seeking the board's consideration of. And then the last one is IPSAS 46 introduced quite an extensive list of disclosure requirements for current value measurement disclosures where those were used in the formulation of deemed cost. Those were paragraphs 152A to 152F of IPSAS 33. Now, we have noted those specific paragraphs again in this project with the objective constantly in our mind. And we found that those disclosures do not in themselves relate to exemptions, which the application guidance is all about, but rather they are disclosure requirements, as I mentioned, relating to the use of COV or fair value for deemed costs. So that's the first point. And the second one is that we believe that the inclusion of the same disclosures in other standards of IPSAS, for example, IPSAS 12, 16, and 45 for that matter, already contain the disclosures. And we, as Abdullah has indicated, IPSAS 33 is not meant to re-provide disclosure or presentation requirements for entities to follow, but rather just focusing on which requirements entities are exempted from. So again, needing to make IPSAS 33 more purposeful in terms of what it provides. and hence reconsidering those disclosure items. However, we have, as a task force and staff, agreed that we want to retain the essence of the deemed cost disclosure, which IPSAS 46 did introduce, and that was to present information on the measurement techniques and the inputs used to develop the current value, which could either be COV or fair value, and to provide that disclosure as part of where entities have used deemed cost. So with that, these were the measurement guidance changes that we are bringing to the board for consideration. So Chair, handing back to you for comments regarding that.
Okay, so what I'd like to do then is to walk through each of those in turn and just check, whether the board agrees or otherwise. So if I can open up for comments on reinserting deemed cost for the reasons outlined. Any disagreement with that proposal? Claudia?
I understood what was the reason why you wanted to add the definition, but it's different if we have a different approach now than we normally use. And at the end of the definition paragraph, there's a sentence says terms defined in other IPSAS are used in this standard with the same meaning as those standards interprets. So if we modify our own way, then it's always the risk that somebody misunderstood what is the intention of it. So if we think deemed cost belongs to here, maybe then we keep the definition here and delete it in the other standard where we have defined deemed cost. But to have it in two standards as a definition, it seems not logical to what we are normally doing. So.
Well, I think the proposal was actually that this would help constituents because deemed cost is likely to be so important. And to your point, and rightly so, what we tend to do is actually we will only use a term, we will define a term once, and the first time it appears, then that's it. We don't redefine it. However, in measurement, we did set a precedent that we pulled all of the guidance together in one place. So you do have repetition of the definitions there. So I think that's really it is an exception to our normal rule. Dave, you wanted to come in on that?
Maybe I'll provide one comment on all 3 points and then one specific on deemed costs. So I'd say overall, I think all of these changes broadly, when we were considering them in the context of the measurement project, we were really considering them from a measurement point of view, which I think is absolutely correct. I think in the context of this project, what wasn't appreciated when I'll say I specifically was working on the measurement project is it wasn't being considered from a first-time adoption point of view. So I think a lot of these changes are really trying to enhance the guidance in IPSAS 33, simplify it, clarify it, make it more applicable, and going to my second point, making IPSAS 33 work better on a standalone basis. What I hadn't appreciated, and I learned it through this project, is our constituents, and hopefully David and Abdullah will back me up on this, IPSAS 33 is well known outside of the IPSAS suite of standards. So by duplicating the definition, even though that goes against what we normally do, a lot of our constituents will pick up IPSAS 33 independently without considering other IPSAS until a further phase in their adoption process. So even though it is a duplication and going against what we normally do, it is helpful to our constituents who only pick up the standard to begin with.
Liang, you were on that as well.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I would suggest that we go back to sorry for my bad memory. Actually, I can't recall at that time. I mean, in May or in the March 2023 support meeting, whether we have discussed the reason why we delete the definition of deemed cost in this standard. So I think maybe it is better for us to go back that time to see what is the underlying reason and why we want to add back the definition now. So to make sure we do not do yeah.
Abdullah?
Well, I recall that quite well because it was coming from us since we are first time adopter, and Dave was working on the measurement standard, and we thought the deemed cost definition should be changed to capture for COP because we were using COP and as a deemed cost, and that is why we had this discussion. We saying we are introducing it in IPSAS 46 as measurement, and we bring in everything in IPSAS 46, but we're a second in IPSAS 33 where we consider it by a standalone. There is a definition of deemed cost and it has to be updated, and that is the basis of the discussion that or the update that happened in March 23.
So, I mean, basically the question is, do we put deemed costs back in, or, you know, do we actually, for example, just have a cross-reference which says for the, you know, and I don't think it matters which way. I think we've just got to make a decision and go with it, because we're not changing the definition of deemed cost. This is just a question of, is it better to have a duplication because it means it's in one place for first-time adopters, or do we cross-reference? And I think it's no more than that. And maybe as a proposal on this, I would suggest that we do go with putting it back in, but we ask an SMC to that effect as to whether that would confuse people. Abdullah?
Yeah, and I'm commenting now as a first-time adopter back in 2 years ago. My first take with the IPSAS standards was IPSAS 33. So I didn't need to go all around the other IPSAS standards and read through them. And one of the most measurement techniques or measurement definitions that I had to deal with was deemed cost. So once that is your first take with the IPSAS standards, you want to look into deemed cost and you want to have the definition of deemed cost. That is the angle that I would take it from, and I would be with the option of keeping it.
So I'll take a comment from Renee, and then I'm just going to ask for a show of hands because you know we just need to make a decision on this. Renee,
Let's do the show of hands because I wanted to show my support for keeping it user friendly and keeping it in there so that it stands on its own.
okay. So can I just ask for a show of hands from members of those that would like to go with the recommendation from the task force in terms of reinsertion of deemed cost? So those in favour? So I think that's the majority of the board that we do reinsert. Okay. So then we have the next proposal in terms of inclusion of COV as a measurement basis. And just check whether anybody disagrees with the proposal from the task force there. Andrew?
Not a disagreement, but I guess a concern in that we've just approved measurement phase 2, where we're inserting COV into these standards and asking for comment on that. At the same time, we're inserting COV as a measurement basis here. If we hear back from stakeholders on the measurement phase 2 project that they disagree with COV perhaps being inserted in one of the other standards, how do we deal with that here? So just how do we deal with a link between this and message to stakeholders, you know, what should they comment, how should they comment, how will we handle this?
Thanks, Andrew. Ross, if you can clarify on that.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think it's good that these documents are likely to be going out together. I think the communication does need to link the two issues and that the board will consider feedback on both. This take into account what it hears on the measurement ED when considering what to do here. Because ultimately respondents may respond to both. They might respond to one and not the other, but we will need to have a little bit of a read across to make sure that, we're not getting mixed messaging.
Yeah. Can you leave that one with us, Andrew? And then I think just Ross, if you can bring that back later in the week when we've just had, because I just need to think, I think you're right. It's just a question about how we communicate this in terms of where and how and so on. So Ross.
So I wouldn't propose that the documents themselves have anything on it. It's more that in our communications that we highlight the two exposure drafts ongoing at the same time, and that the board will be considering the responses to measurement when it thinks about 33 and the changes here. So you wouldn't want inconsistency with allowing COV for deemed costs on initial recognition in 33 for something that we don't have for subsequent measurement in the application to IPSASB project.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other comments then? Oyati.
Thank you, Chair. Besides what Ross said, I would like to comment on AG 32 that said about the current value. But under AG 72, there's a current value model, and actually would suggest to find alternative term for current value in AG 32, because we know that the current value model, we have a current value measurement basis. So what does it mean by the words current value in AG 32? I think because I find it quite confused in that statement. So suggest to, have an explanation on that. Thank you.
Ross.
I think it says right after. It says that it's for an operational value or fair value, so it can be either or. So we have that option in when carrying property, plant, and equipment that you can choose based on how you use the asset, whether you're going to do current value at fair value or whether you're going to do current operational value. So I think it's already there.
Do you want to take that one away and then, if necessary, just have a further conversation with staff on that? Okay. Any other comments on the proposed approach here? Okay. So then the current value measurement disclosure proposals, any comments on those? Yeah, Andrew.
So I struggled with this one in that we argued earlier for the insertion of deemed cost into the standard because it's sort of the single source and a guide for first-time adopters. But then when it comes to the disclosure, we'd rather delete it out of the standard and kick you back to 46. So it's kind of arguing against ourselves here. I think also if I have a look at what we've included here is the disclosure objective paragraph of all of those disclosures. Now, to meet that objective, you would still consider all of the detail that sits underneath. We've just put it in a different standard now. And if you read the disclosures that underlie here, they're actually aimed at a subsequent measurement deemed cost or current operational value, not necessarily an initial one. So my recommendation, and Dave, I mean, you mentioned that when we put this in here, we perhaps didn't appreciate everything in 33. I think my recommendation would be to rather include that detail here, but change it that it's suitable for a first-time adoption or an initial recognition rather than a subsequent, because there are references in there to reconciliations, changes in measurement basis, what's the value at the end of the reporting period, and those don't apply in the scenario. So if we feel this is important, rather include it in here.
That feels like quite a lot of change in order to do that. Can I get reactions to that from Task Force? Dave, are you in on that?
So I'll need Christoph to correct me if I'm wrong. I agree with everything you said, Andrew. We did I'll speak for myself. I didn't appreciate the intricacies of IPSAS 33 when they were going in the first time. Absolutely agree that they're designed, the disclosure design for subsequent measurement. I tended to agree with the task force to remove them because in reflection, I thought it might be onerous to ask first-time adopters to make all these disclosures on current value measurements. So I supported removing them from IPSAS 33. I hadn't considered altering them to make them applicable for initial measurement.
So we're saying this is a different circumstance here in terms of that's a relief that you're offering there.
We took it from the perspective of making it user friendly and giving the enough information, but not too much information. That is the perspective that we built in.
Sorry, but I guess we haven't done that, because what we've done is we've left the measurement objective here and we say go to the relevant IPSAS. So all we've done is we've left the objective here, all the detail, you're still going to go to 46 and have to apply that. So if we want to give relief, then we need to either change the objective or delete the reference to what we've got in 46.
David, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember is that if you want to comply with IPSAS, you comply with IPSAS, you do not comply with 33. 33 is the standard that, I mean, as Abdullah said, I mean, some first-time adopters might pick it up first, but what we're trying to do is to make first-time adopters go to the standards. IPSAS 33 just provides certain reliefs and exemptions from certain things. So that's the main reason for actually referring them to a standard for the certain disclosure requirements or, as Abdullah said earlier, recognition and measurement, because they need to work with those other standards. Now, whether or not on this one you think that certain disclosures only apply to subsequent, or whether you might read it as applying to all, I mean, I think our view as a task force was whether those disclosures would need to be made, whether you're subsequent or it's the first time because you're using deemed cost. You need to explain what it is that you've done and how you've come to it. I think that was our main reasoning.
I mean, it sounds as though there's a bit of further discussion that's required offline on this one, because I must admit, listening to this, I'm slightly confused as whether there's an intention to provide a relief or whether actually we're just doing consistent with, you know, either. Yeah, I think I'm not clear, and if I'm not clear, I suspect others will not be clear. So I think what we do is we take this one offline and just conclude either way how we clarify what is actually intended here. So when we get to the end of the item, just to be clear, what we will do is I will be seeking approval from the board subject to resolution of that point, and we will bring it back on Friday with a clear recommendation as to how we address it. If that's okay. Okay. Any other points then on the disclosures? Okay, maybe it's on them.
Chair, thank you very much. Opportunity now for Sajida. Sajida, I can see you there, and you're ready to take us through the next agenda item on the application guidance, implementation guidance. Thank you, Sajida.
Thank you, Christoph. And good day, members, technical advisors, and observers. I will discuss agenda item 5.2.3 on the proposed implementation guidance. At the March 24 IPSASB meeting, the IPSAS board approved the 7 ID topics for developments shown in Appendix 1 of the agenda item. The Saudi Arabia team supported the staff to consider common questions asked by first-time adopters in using IPSAS 33 and reviewed existing IPSAS 33 IG guidance, as well as consider experience from task force members as representatives of their own jurisdictions and organizations. These IGs, which include 26 IGs, paragraphs which were noted to be relevant as guidance, were considered and recommended by the task force. As in the table on this slide, if we can move to the next slide to show the new proposed additional IGs. Okay, during the IG development, 7 additional IG topics utilizing the practical experience of former first-time adopters and commonly asked questions were identified for including to assess first-time adopters. These IGs, including the rationale for proposing these additional IGs, are included in Appendix 2 to this agenda item. The task force considered and recommended these IGs as well. The recommendation, and next slide, please. The staff recommended the IPSAS Part 2, number 1, review by exception by providing substantive comments on any of the IG included in Appendix 1. And please allow me, Chair, to hand it back to you to obtain comments from members.
Thank you, Sajida, and it's good to see you, even if it's only online this time rather than in person as it was in New York. Yeah, if we focus on Appendix 1 first, and obviously Task Force has worked on these based on instructions from the board to develop the IGs, and I just want to check whether there are any concerns that members have. Obviously, drafting points can be dealt with in the normal way offline, but any points that members want to bring in terms of the approach that's been taken on items in Appendix 1. Seem to have lost Angela and Yakuba at the moment, but I've got too many. Oh, there they go. I'm not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content. Then if we can move on to Appendix 2, and these are suggestions from or recommendations from the task force. So again, on an exception basis, can I ask members if there are any concerns in terms of those recommended additional IG or in terms of the content of those IG? Okay, so not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're fine with those, subject to any bits of drafting dealt with offline. So thank you for the introduction, Sajida. So I think then that moves us on to the next item, 5.2.4, and is that, Sajida, that's to you?
Yeah, there is I mean, the second recommendation would be review in detail, item by item, the IG included in Appendix 2.
No, I think we're already clear. We've done Appendix 2, and the board is content with those. So we're on to item 5.2.4, amendments to other IPSAS.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the agenda item 5.2.4, which is amendments to other IPSAS. The Saudi team assisted the staff to identify any amendments to other IPSAS as a result of changes to IPSAS 33. The team considered revision to key concepts, including terminology, definitions, and exemptions, as well as editorial. Basically, these amendments to other IPSAS are for consistency purposes and are not for substantial in nature. Again, I will hand it back to Chair to seek IPSAS board approval to amend these 43 IPSAS for consistency with IPSAS 33.
Okay, thank you, Sajida. So Are there any comments board members want to make in terms of those proposed amendments to other IPSAS? Yeah, Claudia.
Thank you. I think about when we sent out the exposure draft for asking for comments, and then we have 33 amendments to other IPSAS, which are only terminology. I would suppose to bring them together in the yearly improvement instead of, because then we can clearly communicate it's just relabeling of some description or naming, because here it looks a little bit strange that we need to modify all these other standards. Especially, I think it only, as far as I understood, was that we will have a modification of when an entity adopts accrual basis IPSAS as defined in IPSAS 33. That's the major amendment to all of the 33.
Ross?
Take the point. I'm not sure it makes sense, though, to split these amendments from all the other amendments we're making and do them separately from 33. So it kind of feels like a cleanup exercise on 33 where we'd clean up other things. So from a mechanics perspective and thinking about us and how we put things in the handbook, I'm not sure I'd want to do these through a separate project. It's kind of nice to clean up one set of standards at a time and the impact across the standards together. I think it would be a little out of place if we did it through improvements, and constituents might be concerned why they're responding at all. So I agree they're not substantive, but I think they should go here, and this is the right spot for them. And we can communicate that they're not substantive in nature with a BC.
David?
Yeah, thank you. I've got sympathies with both of those points of view, and I think the first time I saw the draft ED come through with all those amendments to other standards, precisely that thought went through my mind: should it be annual improvements? But I take Ross's point. I mean, it doesn't seem to be quite right. I just wonder whether there's a way, and I'll leave it to staff to think about, is there a way that we can make it, just or present it as it goes out for comment in such a way that it's almost as, you don't need to worry about that bit. I mean, because what we're really wanting are the comments on the changes. So, so on the Cortex, the AGs, the IGs and the IEs. So perhaps staff could think of a way of the presentation of the draft as it goes out.
Okay. Crystal?
Chair, just to echo what David said, we were also, thinking on both those ends of the spectrum. But because we changed the title of the standard to remove that S from IPSAS, which is now consistent with our reference to IPSAS, it became the title of the standard, and that very title repeats itself in all 43 standards, and hence the dropping of that S, which now adds to so many pages and pages of amendments. But that's the essence of the change, is because of what we did to the title of the standard.
I mean, I think there must be a better way to actually communicate this. And, recognizing this is a rather, I think this probably is a unique situation. Whether we can just say the following changes are proposed to IPSAS, and then handle it that way. Because I think, I can see the reason why we want to do this, and this is the opportunity to clean it all up. But equally, these are not substantive amendments. It is just a tidying up amendment. So, Dave?
I think just to say, appreciate all the points. We'll take it away and see what options we have available.
Okay. And I think that probably would help in terms of communication and so on. So if we can just find a cleaner way to do this on this occasion, I think that would help. That would be helpful. I know we've thought about different communication mechanisms, for example, on measurement that we approved today and so on. So what we don't want is, it's housekeeping rather than anything else. Okay. Thanks. Any other points then on the actual amendments to other IPSAS proposed? Okay, so then I think that takes us on to agenda item 5.2.5. Is that back to you, Christoph? Thank you, Sajida.
Sure. Hand it back to you, Christoph. Thank you all.
Just getting my slide ready. There we go. Members, so I'm now with the other additions and revisions to the standard. Firstly, we have reordered the basis of conclusions according to the reordering of the authoritative text. So the flow matches consistently now. So we think that is the best way to also have reordered the BCs whilst adding new BC as part of this project for this project's responses to the BCs. Those are included as the first item. So pause there, Chair.
Yeah, I just want to check board members are content with that. Again, this is a sort of rather unusual situation. So that's not the way that we would normally do it. But it clearly, in terms of actually helping constituents and having a sort of coherent, clean standard, that does seem logical. I just want to check whether there are any concerns from board members that we do that in this case. Liang.
I do have concern. In my point of view, BC is a kind of something that to record the history, that how we decide on these matters. So in my point of view, maybe it is better to keep the original BC, but maybe we can, such as in the new BC, we want to add it to emphasize that now we decided to reorder and redrafting all the standards. So maybe you can see some inconsistency with between the BC and the wording, but so I think maybe better to keep the original ones. Yeah.
Thanks, Liang. Scott.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. Christoph knows that. I still think there's too many BCs in there. We have some BCs related to standards that are no longer effective, and I think it will confuse people. Back to the point. So I'm speaking for support of what they've done, and actually I've given Christoph handful BCs I would still take out because I think it's going to confuse the user to refer to standards that don't exist anymore. So.
Christoph.
Thank you, Chair. Liang, what we potentially can do is we have a draft table of concordance for just the BCs as well, to illustrate to respondents to the ED what happened to the original BC number and where it is located now in the new BC, and give them comfort that we have retained previous decisions of the board, barring Scott's comment on certain deletions.
So I think that probably is the bridge between the two positions, because I entirely take Liang's point in terms of due process. And I think that, conventionally, that is exactly why we do it the way we do it. And you see insertions. I think on this one, it is atypical in terms of what we're trying to do is actually give constituents, a coherent, and people, to Abdullah's point, that are just approaching the use of the standards through IPSAS 33 revised. So probably we do need, therefore, to have a set of basis for conclusions that work with the revised standard. But I think, therefore, we instruct staff that we will need that table of concordance, and that will need to be published alongside. I guess the question then is actually, if that's the approach that we're taking, I'd just like to sort of get a response to the point that Scott is making, in terms of, is there any redundant text still in the BCs? Because I'm assuming what's actually been done is BCs that appear to have a continued relevance have been brought through and supplemented. So just looking for, comments, David.
Well, I must admit, I've got sympathy with Scott's point of view. I mean, if we are making this much more user-friendly for first-time adopters, then if there are standards that no longer exist, so they're not anywhere in the text, then why would we want to retain the BCs? But I think I'd probably defer to Ross as to whether or not that would be allowed under sort of the normal approach.
So BCs are more of an art than a science to start with. So it's to connect the board's thinking and help people understand the standard that's there. So often we do leave the BCs as a trail to show why the board's changed things, but you'd still want that history to be relevant. So I would agree. It feels a little odd to have BCs in there that no longer relate to parts of guidance that exist in the standard or standards that are still in place. So I think that would be reasonable to propose deletion of those for that reason, if they're not relevant.
And it does feel like, if we've agreed that there should be a table of concordance, that in the way that, if you look at how we've dealt with the, there is actually a note column that says original text now, or, we've amended or whatever. And so that seems to me to be the place that you can make that bridge between the original BC and a, kind of cleaned up version, so that we can actually just summarize the change that's actually been made. So I think that gives us the bridge that people are looking for, and the accountability, if you like, that people are looking for, whilst giving, first time users, a cleaned up version of the standard. Adrian, you wanted to come in?
Just a short comment. I think that including a table of concordance will create more confusion in the reading. That is, we add new BCs and we reorder the BCs to match the new structure. This is made clear. This has to be made clear so that the reader can read the BCs. Fluently from the first to the end. Just knowing that we have added new BCs, I think I would really favor this flag on the new BCs rather than a concordance table with all the tens of BCs what additional information will it provide the reader? I'm not sure. This is why I say it would probably create more confusion, because they will go from one BC, the old numbering, to the new numbering, and find that there's no change in the substance. So I would really favor that flagging the new BCs instead of the table of concordance.
So just to be clear, though, the table of concordance will not be included in the new standard. It's supporting material alongside, which I think would address your point that in the table of concordance, you can see clearly it's a new BC or it's an amended BC. And then when we get to the final revised IPSAS 33, it's clean, so that you can read it straight through and understand it. So this is just about being clear and accountable for the changes that we've made. Eileen, and then Yakub has been waiting patiently to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I think a lot of the conversations that we've had as staff, and I think what we're hearing from members, really comes down to that communication point. So as Ian clarified, the table of concordance is part of that ED package. So the 5.3, 3.2 and 3.3 that you've seen in the materials this time around. So it's really to help constituents understand what we've done differently. But I think from the internal discussions we've had and the kind of messaging we're getting from members today is the additional material we issue, so the at a glance, the webinars, the additional things that will accompany the ED issuance will be a good source to really show what have we done in this project so that there are no changes in the exemptions that are available in 33, what we're trying to do with this project, and also some of the things that they'll see in BCs being restructured. But really, there's only 5 or 6 paragraphs, I believe, of new BCs that are added. So I think it's really about how we supplement that overall communication as part of this project, and not to overcomplicate what we want people to talk about, because we don't need them to comment on reordering BCs. It's more just letting them know that it has happened in order to be consistent with other changes on the standard. So I think messaging is definitely key here, and we hear you, as in terms of the member comments for that, and we'll make sure we consider that accordingly as part of the ED issuance.
Okay, thanks, Eileen. Yakuba, to you.
Thank you, Chair. I tend to agree that we can reorder the BCs if doing so is not empowering our due process. To me, if there is any issue with the due process, maybe we can have more detail on that, and we can decide on the specific things. If not, when you look at the way paragraphs were deleted, etc., to me, it's normal that at the end, we reorganize the BC so to fit the new the way the standard is now set. So is there any impairment to our due process due to this new situation? If not, clarifying the BCs right now normally will bring more value to me, to users. So if there is no impairment to our due process right now, if so, maybe we need to just clarify that and decide.
Thanks, Yakuba. Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Yakuba. It's a great point. So basis for conclusions are non-authoritative. They're not subject to due process in the same way the authoritative changes are. The purpose of them is to explain the board's rationale and thinking in finalizing guidance. And the board has the discretion to decide what it wants in its basis for conclusions to explain its thinking. So I don't see any due process risks. It's more of a preference and the information the board wants to provide in the BCs. From a due process perspective, I don't see any issue with any of the approaches discussed today, and I think the way forward makes sense. It's more about the logic and the flow and what the board's comfortable with. There's no due process risk here.
Okay, so what we want to end up with is a coherent set of basis for conclusions that explain the way the guidance works in its new format. So we will therefore have a separate document that explains, that is the table of concordance for the basis for conclusions, and that will summarize both those new BCs inserted, but also any amendments made to remove redundant material and references and so on. And I think the control on that will be through an editorial process that we have as standard in terms of finalising a document. So through that process, it will be very necessary that there is no, the review that's done, and this is the control that's operated, because Ross has to attest to me at the end that there have been no substantive changes to the decisions that the board made. So I think in this case that, those changes that are made for exactly the reasons, redundant material or whatever, that will be subject to that. Okay. Good. So that's basis for conclusions. We've got the proposal to retain those illustrative examples.
Yeah, Chair, let me just reflect on that quickly. In the original implementation guidance of IPSAS 33, it contained examples which are now represented in the two illustrative examples that we are proposing to the board to include and retain as illustrative examples. Those were the only two IEs that, as the task force and staff, we deemed relevant to bring over and not generate new IE per se, because the implementation guidance is really where the guidance was going to be focused on. So let me pause there. That's the background.
Okay. Any board members object to the recommendation there from task force? Okay, that's good. So then the final point in terms of comparison with GFS and IFRS.
Thank you, Chair. As I go into this item, the uniqueness of IPSAS 33 really stands out, also among the comments that we have just had on how we deal with it from a standard setting perspective. And it is no different when it comes to its comparison to GFS as well as IFRS 1. Firstly, it's not an accounting standard, it's an exemptions standard, which already makes it different to accounting, let's say, and hence the contrast then with GFS, which does prescribe that way in which governments need to report. So bringing objective differences then in between these two standards was not part of the original 33, and we don't see different reasons at this stage to depart from not including that table of comparison for the reason of why what IPSAS 33 really is. The second aspect, of course, is IFRS 1. It goes without saying that IPSAS 33 had a starting point, and that starting point was indeed IFRS 1 for first-time adoption. Yet the application of either standard is very different in terms of their framework, different user needs, and an entity that applies IFRS or applies IPSAS will not intersect these two standards at any point in their life cycle, as far as we are concerned, and therefore a comparison would not be useful to readers to really dig into what are the differences between IFRS 1 and 33 as it stands now. And for that reason, neither comparison table has been provided in this ED.
Thanks, Christoph. Ross, before I open up for comments.
Yeah, just one clarification. Christoph, to your point, I think there's one maybe slight miscommunication there. So IPSAS 33 was never aligned with IFRS 1. It was always a public sector specific standard. That's why it doesn't have it now, and that's what. So it's not meant to be that. So I don't want that misconception that this is a IFRS 1 alignment project or ever was, because if you go back to the original approval in 2013, it was clear the board was not doing an IFRS 1 alignment project.
Thank you. So recognizing that neither of these, or even if we had these tables, they would not in any way be substantive. I just want to check whether anybody has concerns with the proposal not to include them. Okay, that's good. So I think with that, and recognizing that we have that one substantive point that Andrew raised on the disclosures, so we do need to see recommendations back on that on Friday. Subject to that one point, I'm now going to ask the board to move forward to approving the exposure draft. Okay, Ross, so take us into that.
So like earlier today, we're going to start with the votes for, and I'm going to ask everyone to raise their flags in the room and online if you vote for. So for those members who vote for, please raise your flags. $16 in the room, 2 online, so 18 members approved, unanimous.
Thank you very much, everyone. And then the other proposal is that this is a 120-day exposure. Mira, do you want to come in on that?
Yes, thanks. I think that 120 days is too long for an exposure draft that we are not doing any substantial changes in content. So perhaps if we can, I read also that the due process says that minimum it should be 120 days, but considering that the nature of the changes that we are proposing that are really just very limited, if we can consider it as improvements, even if it's not an improvement project, but as an improvement, and maybe just 60 days would be enough. So thanks.
Ross?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Kamir. I think this would be one perfectly set for a shorter exposure period. It is like improvements in terms of clarifications. I would say the only thing I would say against that is the comments earlier about the alignment with measurement, because this will be out at the same time of measurement. I don't see any problem with aligning, giving them both 4 months, because it's likely you'll want constituents to consider both in responding. And it's unlikely that we'd bring this back before we heard from measurement because of the link between the two. So maybe we make the point that normally we might go with a shorter period, but because of the link with measurement, we're giving the normal 4 months to keep them aligned so that staff get responses in similar times and can work through it. Just a thought. We have to communicate that point anyway, so that might be a useful way to make the link.
It's an unusual discussion to have, actually. We normally go the other way, where people are saying, can we have longer? I guess it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I entirely sympathise with this point that actually what we're doing here is we're not changing substantive requirements, and therefore let's get on with it. I guess the question is, we are not. It probably comes more into the choreography around analysis of responses, and what we do in terms of finalizing. And my question is really back to you, Ross, in terms of scheduling, because I don't want to prejudge anything that anybody might say on COV, but equally I kind of, sympathize with the can we move this forward? I don't know, thinking about meeting scheduling and so on.
So I think with the 4-month comment period on either of these, we might be able to bring them back for a high-level response in December, meaning a presentation with kind of who do we hear from, any big issues that we need to look at as kind of a first discussion. If we did do it shorter, 60 days, we could probably bring this one back for a proper review of responses, but I don't think we'd be approving in December anyway. We'd still have to bring it back next year for that, and then we could align. So there is probably some coordination we could do to make sure we align with measurement after, if the board's convinced a shorter period is appropriate here.
Okay, I think probably, so obviously we can handle that scheduling. Probably I'll just actually ask for a show of hands in terms of those that would be in favour of a shorter 60-day period, and just see where we get to on that. So can I ask for those who would favour a 60-day comment period for this, please? Six. I think on that we we go with the conventional 120 days, but Nice try. Thank you, Camilla. Over, Adrian.
Do not forget that constituents will need some time to face the complexity of the concordance table.
Absolutely. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. I think, you know, and I think particularly thank you to the task force for all the hard work that's been done on this. I think, you know, clearly we are aiming for something that's much more streamlined, much clearer in terms of the requirements. So thank you, everyone, for the work that's been put in on that. Christoph.
Thank you, Chair. Not to unnecessarily extend the discussion, but in terms of our specific matter for comment, so the one that we are proposing, as mentioned, will deal with the changes that we have made, and the difficult table of concordance will support all of that. And that's the SMC, but also the second SMC that we are potentially bringing to the constituents as well in this is the retention of the IMCOS, as we discussed earlier, whether or not, I know the board's position on that, but just to clarify it, whether or not it will create any confusion among constituents. That's the other one I picked up from this discussion.
Okay, so we're okay with the inclusion of that second SMC. So I think we did, you know, that was in our discussion earlier on. Good. Okay. So we will see that remaining point on the disclosure back just to clear that on Friday morning. So with that, we're through the material for today. Just want to check then in terms of timing how we want to handle that. So Lynn, in terms of starting the W group meeting, do you want us to you? I mean, I know I recognise there was a kind of question as to whether staff could be available for discussions, and particularly I don't want people to hang around unnecessarily.
So I think we would do a break until 3:20, so that is half an hour from now. So I would suggest we look to convene the W network after the scheduled break time. And that gives people half an hour to grab staff. Hopefully that might be enough. And perhaps the gentleman might let the women go first. But maybe that's would be my suggestion.
Yeah, and just to say that staff are here. If you want to talk about anything, grab us on the break. And if you need more time, we'll stick around. Grab us after the meeting. You know, we're around. So
Good. Okay. So those attending W group, we'll start at 3:20. Take advantage of staff being available. Thanks very much, everyone. There's quite a lot of material to navigate today. And look forward to seeing everybody to start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we have a full day on sustainability reporting tomorrow. So thank you very much, and take a good break in the meantime.